Hey everyone, Tomb Raider is a franchise with an identity crisis. It screamed onto the video game scene in 1996 with its seminal first entry of the same name, developed by Core Designs, and not only cemented itself as an instant innovative classic, but created an icon of its leading woman in a time when most gaming heroes were men with big muscles and bigger guns. Tomb Raider rode that wave of success for as long as it could until it wiped out hard after 6 almost yearly releases. So hard, in fact, that when Lara Croft resurfaced in the mid-2000s, it was not a continuation of that original timeline, but a new one, this time developed by Crystal Dynamics. This second timeline lasted only 3 titles before it too was washed away. For over half a decade, the series lay dormant, until it flew back into the spotlight with a second reboot trilogy in 2013, once again developed by Crystal Dynamics, but now published by Square Enix. This one imitative of the original game's own successors, rather than innovative in its own right. And that's not even taking into account the side games, the comics, the animated show, the 2 separate movie timelines, and the recent remasters either. It is an iconic series, and yet for so much of its existence, it seems like Tomb Raider has felt uncomfortable in its own skin. Either awkwardly unsure of its own pedigree, or painfully aware of the games around it, and that is fascinating to me, because it wasn't in the beginning. The original Tomb Raider is one of the best games ever made. It's rare that you find a title that is so perfectly constructed, that is so dedicated to a single vision in every aspect of its systems and mechanics, and also competent enough in execution to pull them off. It feels years ahead of its time in so many ways. It's easy to see why it's considered such a classic today, and why it had such an impact on 3D adventure games from that point on. It's crazy to think that this game was made by a team of 6 people, but it was, and you can feel the passion they had for this project running through every line of code. It feels like it knew exactly what it wanted to be, and it was exactly that. You would never guess from the finished product that the development was so troubled. I certainly didn't. I played the game all the way through for the first time for my big critique on Men in Black for reasons I won't repeat here, and in the process I kind of fell in love with it. Playing through it, I immediately wanted to talk about it, wanted to gush about it despite there probably being thousands of Tomb Raider videos out there, because I was so impressed at how well it held up even today, and I wanted to express that. At the time, playing through it in June and July of 2022, I only had a cursory understanding of Tomb Raider's development. It wasn't until I started doing research in October of that year that I began upturning rocks that revealed a lot of worms. It is kind of mind-boggling that the game turned out as well as it did, given all the problems the small dev team faced, and it's something I definitely want to talk about. But before we start digging through that 30-year-old dirty laundry in detail, I want to talk about the end product, because it is something incredible. If you've never checked it out, you owe it to yourself to give it a try, and it's never been easier thanks to the release of the bundled remaster of the original trilogy. Most of the recordings you're going to see in this video will be from the original digital release using the Tomb Raider Restoration Project patch, and it's that version I'm going to focus on, but both options are perfectly valid. Or they were when I started writing this script. Since then, it seems as though the patch has been taken down to incentivize picking up the remaster, so I guess this video is now partly a defense of why both options should remain available, because there are some things I think the original does a little better than the remaster, not that you'll see them in this video. I screwed up when I originally played and recorded the game, so the resolution is a little wonky, and the lighting's shot, and there's no music. This footage, taken from the expansion pack, is what it's meant to look like with the patch working, which better demonstrates why I think the original still holds up against the remaster. Now, some of you may be asking, the video took 3 years to make. You couldn't find time to re-record the original release with the patch working? To which I say, nothing. but we'll get into the weeds on that one later. Either way, if you are playing through the restoration project with an original version of the game on Steam, just make sure to launch the game from the executable in the games folder, and not from Steam itself. That way the game will run with music, and the cinematics won't look like they've been put through a paper shredder. If you're using the restoration project patch through GOG, or playing in the Trilogy remaster, you should be good to go. But before I get my hands into the guts of any version of Tomb Raider, we need to get something out of the way. It's impossible to untangle this game's success from Lara Croft's status as a gaming sex symbol, and we are going to talk about that, but it's not Tomb Raider's only distinguishing quality. There is more to it than Lara Croft's legs, so I don't want to see any of this.
I want a diamond ring, I want some bracelets and everything.
Or this.
I want the Empire State and Frisco's golden gate.
Or this.
Daddy, you better get the best for me. Hey, Daddy.
And if anyone so much as thinks about this, you're getting the bonk. This is not a joke. I will be watching you. I am watching you. I am behind you right now. Don't turn around. I do not wish to be perceived. What did I just say? Also, there are going to be spoilers. This is your only warning. Finally, this and every video on the channel is now made possible by the generous support of people on Patreon. So if you enjoy what I do and want to see more, please consider donating. If you don't want to give Patreon money or can't support monthly, Ko-Fi is also an option. Links are in the description. And if financial support isn't possible but you still want to help the channel out, please like and subscribe if you haven't already, and share it around because YouTube sure won't. Anyway, let's get to it. This is Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider might not be the kind of game you can just pick up and play anymore, even with the recent remaster, but it might be as close as you can get for a title from that era. The controls are a bit clunky, the pacing is definitely slow compared to later adventure games, but when it clicks and you land a series of jumps without any mistakes, the rush you get is exhilarating. It's a game that just feels good to play, in a way that something like Uncharted or Tomb Raider's own more recent entries don't, because every action, every jump is determined by player input rather than developer planning. Uncharted and the games of Tomb Raider's Survivor timeline have a lot of fantastic cinematic moments, but they are all so carefully choreographed for the sake of spectacle that the player kind of just gets left behind. You may be pressing buttons, but you're just not as active in the moment. You're not saving Lara or Nathan Drake, you're giving the scene permission to continue wowing you with its crazy action. It's why Tomb Raider 2013 and Uncharted 3's iconic plane set pieces translated so easily and so well to their otherwise terrible film adaptations. There was very little that actually needed translating. It was already something right out of a movie, and there's nothing wrong with that style of game design because it is exciting. It's just not very engaging mechanically, the way Tomb Raider 1996 is. There isn't a single set piece in this game that could translate as easily to film as the ones from Tomb Raider 2013 or Uncharted 3, because the experience is almost entirely focused on the player. It's very rare that the game takes control away from you. Even when the camera cuts to a different shot, you'll usually still be able to move Lara around wherever she may be, and that freedom to experiment, succeed, fail, even to just run around and explore the game is what makes it such a rewarding experience, even if that experience might not be very interesting to watch most of the time. But in the moment, it makes you feel just as powerful as Lara Croft as she leaps from platform to platform, dodges traps, and fights off everything the game can think to throw at her. A lot of that I think has to do with the controls, clunky as they may be. The sheer range of movement at the player's disposal might be daunting at first glance, especially when you're dumped into a another huge open level, but just about every action can be performed through a combination of 2 or 3 buttons. The controls are super simple to learn, but challenging to master, which is part of why smoothly pulling off late game platforming gauntlets is so satisfying. In 20 Years of Tomb Raider by Megan Marie, Toby Gard, the creator of the franchise, is quoted as saying that Lara's movements had a huge influence on the level design. Quote, "Our whole system was based around these blocks," explained Gard, and the fact that Lara was basically 3/4 of a block high in height, and she could directly jump up and grab hold with her fingers a block and a half. Everything, whole levels were built with this very simplistic blocky form. We knew she could do a run and grab jump over 4 blocks distance, but you could also do one at an angle, if it was 4 blocks distance but the one you're jumping to is at 1/4 of a block lower. So it was very easy for the level artists, once they had an understanding of what her abilities were, to stick in as much to challenge her as they could." End quote. This relationship between level design and player movement allowed the team to create a really satisfying difficulty curve that only really falters in the last couple of levels, where they start to push up against the precipice between challenge and outright cruelty. That said, I don't think Tomb Raider is ever outright unfair in its cruelty. If it were, I don't think the game would have included Croft Manor, one of the best examples of a tutorial level in the medium. In 20 Years of Tomb Raider, Toby Gard is quoted as saying he built Croft Manor over a weekend since it seemed like a good idea to stop people getting confused. And yeah, that was the right call. Later iterations would add more detail and hidden secrets for the player to find, but there is something beautiful in the simplicity of this original version of Croft Manor. There are no bells and whistles, no real risk of death or hidden danger, not even a freezer, just an obstacle course and all the time you need to complete it. And the best part is, it makes sense that Lara would have something like this in her home in order to train during the off-season. It perfectly captures her upper-class upbringing and her adventurous spirit, along with how much those two sides of her clash. You can feel the long afternoon hours she and Winston spent dragging all the ancient priceless furniture out of these rooms to make space for the cheap and nasty wooden crate obstacle course. It's such a small section of the game, but it gives such a big insight into Lara as a character, and provides a stark contrast to the abandoned ruins the rest of the title takes place within. The fact that it's optional is just the cherry on top. It's there for people who need it, like first-time players, but if you're a veteran Tomb Raider, or feel confident enough in your abilities right out of the gate, the game doesn't force you to play it. Even if you come to it while stuck at a late game section, you're not required to play through the whole thing to practice the move you're struggling with. Lara will talk the player through each step, but the game won't force you to wait for her to finish speaking if you're impatient. In fact, if you're a natural with the controls, it's easy to move too quickly and cut her off in the middle of a line of dialogue.
Hold down with the walk button down. I won't fall off, even if you try to make me.
The only words you're guaranteed to hear are Lara's parting flirt.
Right, now I'd better take off these wet clothes.
It's the kind of thing you just don't see anymore, even in Tomb Raider's more recent entries, and much as I love it, that makes sense given it owes its existence to the chaotic development cycle the game went through to get out the door. There is another, perfectly adequate tutorial section in the campaign itself, but it's deep enough into the game that I understand why Gard thought a separate optional introduction to the controls would be such a benefit to the player, because without it, Tomb Raider just throws you to the wolves. Tomb Raider does have a story, but let's put a pin in it for now, because this opening level does a much better job at establishing the game's tone than the introductory cinematic. Caves doesn't present the player with some big action set piece, or a wide open space in which to explore. In many ways, it's just a series of linear corridors, but the atmosphere is so on point. The temple doors are shut, there's no way back, the only way out is forward. At first glance, there doesn't even appear to be a temple behind the old frozen doors in the side of the mountain, but those wolves had to come from somewhere. It's only once the player takes the plunge and delves deeper into the level that it shows off the ruins Lara came here to find, overgrown with greenery uncharacteristic of a snowy mountain. And even then, it hides them behind closed doors, as if daring you to find a way through. It's not all a leisurely stroll though. There are vampire bats, wolves, and even a bear lying in wait to ruin Lara's day if the player trips up, but the traps and obstacles are also heavily signposted that even a first-time player will probably see them coming. The puzzles are simple, and even the secrets are made obvious in order to encourage player exploration, though that doesn't mean they're easy to get. It's a great introduction that doesn't demand mastery in order to complete. In fact, if you do pull off the perfect run, it's likely you'll bypass some of the level's cleverer design elements, such as how the bear pit is connected to the wolf's lair, something you'll never even discover if you just leap past both. But what the level excels at more than anything is mood. The ambience creates a sense of foreboding that skews closer to horror than it does adventure. You're delving into a place that may not be dead, but is certainly forgotten, and if you slip up, you'll be forgotten too. The second level, the city of Vilcabamba, is an immediate escalation in terms of scope and scale. Instead of a linear series of tunnels and chambers, you're placed in the much larger space of the titular city. It may not exactly be city-sized, it's even smaller than the real-life Incan fortress in the Andes from which the level gets its name, but its use of space gives the impression of a place far larger than it actually is. It's easy to lose yourself in the alleyways that run between the buildings, especially in the heat of combat where Lara's frantic jumps and flips can easily get her turned around. But you would be missing out if you went straight for the exit anyway. A lot of Vilcabamba is optional, but it teaches the players so much about what to expect as the game goes on, and not all of it is good. Taking a dip in the well in the middle of the city leads to a flooded bathhouse with some cool serpentine fountainheads and a couple of secrets, and that's great. Having a bear spawn right behind you the second Lara enters this building is not. But it does at least warn you that things like that are going to happen in the future. The last thing Vilcabamba teaches you on the mission-critical path to the key is that crate puzzles exist. Which is cool. You know me, big fan of crate puzzles. Beyond Vilcabamba is another pack of wolves whose continued existence Lara takes as a personal offense. But there's also this strange structure. This pair of towers is the game's first dedicated jumping puzzle, and as I've mentioned before, is also functionally a second tutorial within the campaign itself on the more advanced movement mechanics. You need to climb both in order to open the central door and continue deeper into the level, and while the game doesn't exactly hold your hand, it doesn't make things difficult for you either. The pools of water at the bottom of both towers act as a cushion if you have to fall from a great height, and these collapsing platforms give you the chance to bypass large parts of the puzzle if you're quick enough to use them. But even if you aren't, the game still gives you ample opportunity to try both towers as many times as you need to get by. I think it's telling that if you're playing a version of the game with music, you'll hear the main theme while climbing these towers. This is Lara in her element, at her truest self. This is the kind of thing she lives for, and if you're not paying attention in the next hallway, the kind of thing she'll die for too. There have been arrow traps before this point, but these axes are the first big trap you're going to encounter, and they're certainly not the last. They're a final pointy lesson in the city of Vilcabamba's curriculum. Always be mindful of your shit. The third level, Lost Valley, is so iconic I feel like it doesn't even need an introduction. When people think of Tomb Raider, they still think of this level almost 30 years later. Indeed, when choosing a moment to represent Lara Croft's character for her cameo in 2024's Astrobot, Team Asobi chose Lost Valley. It's that good. It begins at the top of this cliff by a raging waterfall. Now, you could jump down into the pool and indulge Lara's bloodlust just by removing a couple more wolves from the world, but the path forward is clearly up the river. Not that you'll probably get very far, because this series of jumps is designed to trip you up. This one in particular feels purpose-built to bonk you back into the river, and once the water carries you over the edge of the falls, you might as well explore. Even if you make it all the way to the end of the river, you'll discover the only way forward is down anyway. There's nothing here but a broken mechanism of gears and a handful of secrets if you're aware enough to notice them. Part of what makes Lost Valley so iconic is that so much of the mission-critical path through this level is arranged like side content. Yeah, you could go down to the pool at the bottom of the waterfall, but the way forward is obviously up the river. The cave past the waterfall continues around this corner, but this bunch of rocks looks climbable. Maybe there's a secret up there. Then you find a skeleton, and a verdant green valley beyond it, and oh, what's this? Ha! I tricked you! This is another dinosaur video! Lara's battle with the T-Rex is probably the most recognisable moment from this title, if not the franchise, and it's easy to see why, because it's fucking awesome. There's very little build-up, but there doesn't need to be. After 2 whole levels of slow and methodical exploration, it's exactly the shot of adrenaline the game needs. It's one of those set pieces I mentioned earlier that just would not work in a game like Uncharted or Tomb Raider 2013, because there's no predetermined script the developers wrote for you to follow. The player is free to respond to the T-Rex in whatever way they wish. The whole area is like that. The free gears are strewn across the valley in a bunch of out-of-the-way or hard-to-reach places, but you can tackle them in any order you want, which is a design ethic the game is going to revel in from this point onward. Back up at the top of the river, you can redirect the water down a separate path to reveal a secret passage behind the waterfall, and then the level is over. We have finally reached our destination. Anyway, what are we doing here? There's not really much to say about Tomb Raider's plot. It's not particularly complex, none of the characters grow or change, none of the narrative twists are all that surprising, and overall it exists as an excuse to justify the gameplay. But it is, at the very least, a story, and it begins here, in the deserts of New Mexico many years ago during a nuclear test, which unearths a mysterious pod buried deep underground. The scene is certainly abrupt, but it does set up some of the story's bigger questions in a very succinct way. Why was it built? When was it sealed away? Who was the figure T-posing for dominance inside? We then jump forward several decades to the present day of 1996. Oh, that hurts. Where Lara Croft is approached by Larson, a representative of Jacqueline Natler, an American industrialist who is definitely not the game's villain. She's coming to Lara live from the set of the music video for Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley with an offer, a boatload of cash in exchange for this artifact called the Scion, hidden in the tomb of Qualopec somewhere in Peru. Unfortunately for Natler, Lara's not in the game for the money.
I'm sorry. I only play for sport.
Why would she be? She's already a landed aristocrat, she's the sole celebrity survivor of a remote plane crash in the Himalayas, and a well-known travel writer to boot. But the challenge of finding the Scion is enough to pique Lara's interest and get her on a plane to Peru. Her guide is killed by wolves on the way to the door, and here we are. The game's setup is much more reminiscent of old adventure tales like Indiana Jones, if a little rougher around the edges, but it doesn't really match the tone established across Peru's first 3 levels. That's about to change now that we've uncovered Qualopec's tomb. When you first enter the tomb, the way to Qualopec's throne room is open, but if you try to run up the hallway, all you'll find is a locked gate and an old friend from another franchise. The Boulder Run, aside from finally adapting what has become a staple of the adventure genre, is the closest Tomb Raider comes to a pre-scripted set piece in the style of Uncharted. The hallway's really too narrow to respond any other way but by turning around and hauling ass. The boulder's not just there as a cheeky little reference though. By getting the player to turn around, it also makes sure you see the true way forward, this lever by the front door. Pulling the lever unlocks the game's first first hub area, where you're given 3 side dungeons to complete in order to unlock a passage back up to the central chamber of the tomb. The first dungeon tests your jumping skills with these boxes. The second tests your situational awareness by dropping you into a wolf pit if you don't notice this false floor under this lever. And the third tests your patience by hiding the solution in a maze of blocks you have to move. Think I wouldn't fucking notice you back there? I'm onto you. After completing the 3 side dungeons, you're treated to this grandiose stairway up to the throne room. And, are we sure this thing's dead? Oh. Okay. Cool. At least Qualipix seems happy. Picking up the Scion causes the place to rip apart at the seams, and Lara runs from the tomb right into Larson, who is waiting for her underneath the waterfall outside. This is pretty much beat for beat the opening of Raiders, right down to the setting being Peru. You could probably make it even more of a rip-off homage by saving the boulder for the end of the level, but Larson is not Belloc, and Lara is no Indiana Jones. The second Larson pulls a gun on her, Lara's already blasting back. Like the boulder at the start of the level, the sudden appearance of an armed opponent is a kick in the pants for the game's otherwise slow and methodical pacing. It's a genuine climax for the whole Peru section. Even if the scene doesn't play out like the cinematic set piece it's obviously trying to be. You don't even have to pull off any fancy flips like in later boss fights. Larson's such a bad shot, he'll just miss Lara completely if you stand far enough away from him. And it doesn't take much to make him give in and come clean. He's here to kill Lara and take the Scion on Natla's orders. A shocking twist, I know. She seemed so trustworthy during the opening cinematic. But that's not all. The artifact you've just recovered is only one part of the Scion, and Natla's set up rival archaeologist Pierre Dupont to find the next piece.
I don't know where his little jackrabbit frog legs are running him to. You'll have to ask Miss Natla.
Thank you. I will.
And thus ends Peru. The next piece of the Scion is located under the Greek monastery St. Francis's Folly in the tomb of Teokan, which Lara learns while raiding Natla's offices somewhere in the United States. This cinematic is the closest Tomb Raider ever gets to a modern urban environment, and honestly, I'm kind of glad Lara takes the reins for this one. A level set in Natla's skyscraper certainly would have created an interesting contrast with Peru and Greece, but it just wouldn't feel right for the kind of game Tomb Raider is. There would have been too much reliance on combat with armed guards, and the game's sense of presentation and level design just wouldn't lend themselves well to more recognisably modern settings the way they do ancient ruins the player is less likely to have first-hand experience of. Now if you listen closely there, you can hear the exact moment all the Tomb Raider 2 fans clicked off the video. Plus, this just isn't Lara's world. She comes off as a complete stranger in this environment. She's clearly more comfortable on her own, in some long-forgotten tomb, than she is lounging in one of Natla's office chairs. Watching her cause an absurd amount of property damage out of spite, probably just to get Natla back for sending Larson after her, is undeniably cathartic, even if it's not interactive like most of the other set pieces in the title. But it also shows off the same disregard Lara has for her surroundings in gameplay. She does it because it's the quickest way forward. What does it matter if a couple of peasants are injured when the carriage or the counterweight hit the bottom of the elevator shaft? It's here that Lara also learns the Scion's origins as a relic of Atlantis from the diary of an old monk with sweaty toes.
My toes sweat at such possibilities, lying so close to my mortal self.
Which is a plot twist so shocking that Lara has more of a reaction to Pierre's littering.
Pierre, you litterbug.
Tomb Raider's first 4 levels are some of the best examples of organic tutorialization I've ever encountered. A lot of games go to great lengths to beat their mechanics and systems into the player's head through text boxes or NPC commentary, but here there's none of that. The most blatant hand-holding outside of Croft Manor the game has is in its opening moments, when the game forces you to look up a slope. Otherwise, the game takes a very trusting, hands-off approach to teaching the player the tricks of its level design, and by doing so, gives itself the breathing room to craft missions and set pieces that rely less on obvious signposting and scripted moments, and more on exploration and organic encounters. One of the greatest tricks Tomb Raider pulls in terms of level design is how often it presents so much of the critical path like its side content. Lost Valley is only one example. Take this moment in Colosseum where a key is hidden at the bottom of this unassuming flooded tunnel. One of my favourite experiences in gaming is when a title is able to convince me that I've stumbled into an area that no one else knows about, and that feeling is rare. But Tomb Raider scratched that itch time and again, right up to its final level. You really do have to explore most of the map to find the way forward. You have to take a chance on platforms that seem just out of reach, and follow trails of items to see where they lead, and stick your nose into every hole to see what's hidden just out of sight. It's a very playful approach to level design, and the designers clearly had a lot of fun pulling tricks to encourage more lateral, non-linear thinking. Obvious design flourishes like these big doors in Greece more often than not lead to dead ends, and in one Egyptian level the game plays with expectations by showing you an obvious set of locks and then ending the level without ever giving you the keys. Even when you do actually stumble onto a real secret, they often act as mini tutorials for the more advanced mechanics. In fact, the very first secret in the game requires a sliding leap from a slope to reach, something you won't have to do to make actual progress for many hours to come. Of course, the approach doesn't always work. The trust that the player will figure it out through exploration can backfire when certain areas are obscured a little too well, or if a more obvious set of clues presents itself. I actually got hard stuck myself during Tomb of Teokan, and I'll get into the details of how and why when we get there, because I've already taken a chainsaw to this script 3 times, and I can't do it anymore. But another example happened in Palace Midas during my playthrough of the remastered version. It had been about a year and a half since I'd touched the game, so my memory of the finer details of the level were a little hazy, because my brain is a sieve. But I knew one of the items you need to progress was somewhere around these aqueducts. I just couldn't find my way to it. I spent 50 minutes scouring the level, and going over this section of the map in particular, but I was just sending myself in circles. I was so thorough, I actually collected every secret in the level. I missed it so hard it set me back a whole hour, because I'd gone through this area of the map earlier and assumed, wrongly, that I'd explored every way out of it. The item is actually pretty well hidden anyway, but in a game this laser focused on exploration, it should have been a no-brainer to take a glance behind the aqueduct pillar just to see if there was something there, especially when I'd already played the game before and knew the item was in this specific area. But that's the thing, it's easy to lose sight of that when you're stuck and have tunnel vision. But I don't know. Maybe this is just a me problem. Either way, this sort of stumble wasn't really an issue in the more non-linear levels like Palace Midas, because by their very nature, there is a lot more stuff to see and do that will eventually, hopefully, loop you back around to what you were stuck at with the solution in hand. I didn't really have that option when I got stuck in Tomb of Teokan, or when I got tunnel vision at the end of Natla's Mines. The end of that level takes you up through the base of a buried Atlantean pyramid. Yeah, to those who haven't played the game, it gets fucking weird toward the end. Anyway, you need to get through this door to progress, and what you're meant to do is leap across these damaged slabs along the side of the pyramid to reach a lever to open a separate door to get the key and end the level. Straightforward stuff, except you reach this chamber through a series of pulled boxes and levers and switches that open and close different doors so you can tear the thing apart like a puzzle box and finally escape into the big wide space. And every single time I reach this point, my brain goes, you need to pull the levers in a specific order to open this door and end the level, that's how it works. Like maybe you need to pull this switch but not that switch and run back, or somehow you need to get behind these crates, which as far as I can tell is impossible. And if you're thinking, that's insane, I know. Every time I get up to this part, my brain also says, I remember getting stuck here last time, and I remember the solution being a lot easier than this, and it still happens. If I haven't played the level in like a year or longer, I still get stuck. And sure, the draw distance on the original release certainly doesn't draw attention to the platforms along the side of the pyramid all the way on the other side of the chamber, compared to the much more obvious buildings and switches. But I still don't understand why it keeps happening. I think this is just another me problem, I don't know. Anyway, my point is, Tomb Raider is so hands-off in its level design that if the way forward is in a player's blind spot, then it can be very easy to lose the rhythm of play and become hard stuck. Which sucks, because when you're in that explorative flow state, Tomb Raider is a fucking joy. One thing that I found consistently impressive, even when I was bashing my head against the wall on certain areas, was how well paced so many of the levels are. There's a great balance of enormous spectacular spaces and claustrophobic puzzle gauntlets. Even in the more non-linear levels, there's a sense of ebb and flow to play. Tight spaces almost always lead to large open areas, so no matter which direction you go, whether you think you're on the path of a secret or accidentally making progress, the expedition is usually rewarded with a moment of spectacle. And make no mistake, it is spectacular. Siston might be one of my least favourite levels in the game, but it still finds a way to make a sewer seem grandiose. I genuinely don't know how they managed to create such a vast sense of scale on the technology of the time with a fully three-dimensional environment. I don't think the developers do either. Heather Stevens has even quoted in 20 Years of Tomb Raider that they had to pull a lot of tricks to create the illusion of scope. I think some part of that has to do with Tomb Raider's presentation, which I'll save for a later chapter of the video. But one thing that is all level design is how well connected everything is. It's not uncommon to look up and see platforms that you can't yet reach, but know you'll eventually raid your way around to before the level's done, even when the map in question is quite linear, and that really does go a long way in maintaining the suspension of disbelief. I wouldn't exactly call Tomb Raider's environments lived in, I mean, look at this guy, but they're not abstract labyrinths either. They have a logic to them, even if that logic is based in game design, and the caved-in ceilings and collapsed walls help build the verisimilitude that the places you're travelling through are broken and unknowable. If you've ever been lucky enough to visit real-life ancient ruins, it's not that far off the truth anyway. There are aspects of ancient structures that don't make sense to modern sensibilities, even sometimes to historians and archaeologists if the cultures that built them vanished too quickly to explain themselves. So fuck it, why not a giant sewer right next to a palace garden? Even the puzzles and traps make some sort of adventure story logic sense when you consider these are tombs, and the people who built them didn't want their riches plundered. There are very good reasons the Atlanteans wanted the Scion hidden away, and very good reasons why Natla would hire adventurers like Lara and Pierre to recover the pieces for her rather than waste the time and effort doing it herself. Case in point, the fucking crate puzzles. Now, come closer. I've got to tell you something. I'm from the future, and I've lied to you. Don't believe what I tell you later in the video. I don't actually like crate puzzles. They suck. I've never seen a game do them well. But Tomb Raider gives it a red hot go because these things are fucking everywhere. Part of my aversion to them, especially here in Tomb Raider, is how long it takes to actually move them. Lara does a great little animation pushing or pulling them. It's all very nice, but it takes so long. It takes too long to even ready up to interact with them, and that's if the game doesn't have a brain fart and think you want to mantle them instead, which happens shockingly often. Now there are one or two moments where I think Tomb Raider actually does use a crate puzzle well. Most of the time, it's just push or pull a crate out of a hole to open up a passageway or shove one up to a wall to make a jump, and by the time you hit the late game, there are very few attempts to actually make them interesting. The closest you come to a new spin on a crate puzzle is moving one box to create room for another to open up a passageway, and that just doesn't really play to Tomb Raider's strengths. The game might be slow compared to modern adventure games, but levels rarely stop dead in their tracks unless you're hard stuck. Most puzzles need some amount of movement, and even the game's numerous fetch quests spice things up with interesting set pieces to collect the required items, but the crate encounters just completely kill the mechanical momentum. They are the exceptions though. The rest of the puzzles and traps usually flow really well. Settled down, anyway, and actually did escalate in complexity as the game went on through integration into the platforming gauntlets. The swinging axe is a classic pulp adventure trap, and this nice long hallway in City of Vilcabamba is the perfect position for them too. Having one pop out of the wall in Tomb of Teokan during the middle of a jumping puzzle is a little less expected, same as these metal jaws halfway up the wall of the central chamber of Sanctuary of the Scion. Even the boulders, the most iconic of pulp adventure traps, escalate in difficulty as the game goes on. You start off getting chased by one in a narrow hallway, but pretty soon the game is locking you in corridors with them to make split-second decisions on whether to drop down into a hole to avoid being run over, or staying in place in the hopes you don't get squished. By the time you get to the late game, the things are fucking everywhere. You've got to slalom between them, outrun them before they block mission-critical passageways. It's a fucking nightmare, but I'll still take it over the crates because, you know, it's actual gameplay. As with every aspect of the level design, I do think it edges onto the wrong side of cruel in the last 3 levels, something even Heather Stevens agrees with. She's quoted as saying they kind of lost control of the difficulty curve toward the end in 20 years of Tomb Raider, but with the unlimited saves offered by the current PC versions, that's not really an issue so long as you remember to stamp Lara's passport every once in a while. And from all that, you probably wouldn't think I like this game as much as I do, but that's the weird thing. The only way I could actually discuss the level design on its own was to focus on the things I didn't enjoy, because when it works, it's invisible. You just get swept up in the tide of exploration like it's seamless. Case in point, welcome to Greece. The real Tomb Raider starts here. Instead of the wolves of caves, St. Francis's Folly throws you to a pair of lions right out of the loading screen. The encounter matches the frantic pacing that ended Peru, and the game maintains that level of action with further battles with some extremely out-of-place gorillas and an even more out-of-place Frenchman. Pierre Dupont is Tomb Raider's first recurring boss, even if he's not that much of a challenge. Pretty much every encounter with him until the final confrontation boils down to shoot at him until he runs away. He can take a lot of lead, but eventually he'll get bored and run off behind a wall or a corner to despawn, unless you get in his way. If you're quick enough, you can actually catch him in the disappearing act too, though occasionally you can corner him in an open space with no convenient pillars to teleport away behind. Pierre, what are you doing? None of the fights are very long, but they do help create a sense that you are racing against a rival to the treasure hidden at the bottom of the monastery. There are some levels where he barely appears, if at all, and others where he'll hound Lara what feels like every step of the way, and it's that pacing that makes the battles effective rather than the combat itself. It can be a genuine shock to run into him. Even this first encounter requires you to move to the back of the monastery and pull some levers before returning to the starting area. Once you send Pierre running though, the game finally slows back down to the precision platformer it was across most of Peru. At first, St. Francis's Folly seems fairly linear with the climb up the columns of the monastery, but it's just a trick. The Tower of the Gods, for lack of an official name, is a sprawling vertical platforming set piece. You enter the chamber just I told you, no acting out. But as I was saying, yes, you enter the chamber just below the ceiling, and must exit on the ground floor far below. But it's not just a matter of climbing straight down. The exit is locked with 4 keys, which are themselves hidden behind 4 challenges that can only be accessed by pulling 4 levers. You'll come across them naturally on your descent, but they don't open in order. The highest lever opens the lowest challenge room, and so it goes that the lowest lever opens the door to the highest challenge room. You can run Lara up and down the tower like a rabid squirrel, doing the challenges one by one as you pull the levers to open them up, but it makes more sense to do one full descent opening doors as you go, then climb back up, and complete each side room on a second race to the bottom. I say this mostly because the challenge rooms increase in spectacle the lower the tower you go. Neptune, who is famously not a Greek god but a Roman reinterpretation of Poseidon, just has Lara go for a bit of a dip down this hole to grab his key. Atlas, who is famously not a Greek god but a Titan, has another boulder run that you have to dodge in a narrow corridor. Thor, famously not a Greek god at all, ups the stakes by having this Tesla coil room right at the start of the challenge, and then hits you with this absolute spectacle of a giant hammer in an empty room. You have to stand Lara on this pressure plate just long enough to get the hammer to drop, and there is nothing more satisfying than hopping right out of the way as the thing comes crashing down, assuming you can pull it off. And Damocles, who is famously Greek, but still not a god, easily has the best of the 4 challenge rooms. You start off walking through this ruined chamber filled with columns and hanging swords. The whole time you're ready for them to start moving, but they never do. Pick up the key though, and suddenly all bets are off. Hope you found the health pack on the platform above. It's not just a great setup and payoff, it presents you with an actual challenge. The game expects you to panic, and if you try to run Lara out of there, she's going to get skewered, but keep your cool and walk out like it's nothing, and the swords will never hit you. It's a great aha moment, and it makes you feel so fucking cool to swagger right between a pair of swords as they come crashing down around Lara. And it's here I find we're going to have to workshop the name Tower of the Gods, because not a damn one of the challenge rooms is named after an Olympian. The Tower of the Gods isn't just a huge platforming puzzle. There are moments of combat like a second appearance from Pierre after you grab 1 or 2 keys, and another pair of lions when you find them all. It's a bit crap that the lions don't immediately jump on Pierre as soon as they spawn in together, but it's not a huge deal, especially if you come at them from the high ground. But they're both more of a climactic battle to cap off the platforming than a constant hindrance. The same cannot be said of the bats. These things are fucking everywhere. You can't walk 5 feet in any direction without tripping over another swarm of the bastards. They don't deal out big damage, but they will camp Lara's position where your weapons can't reach them. The only way to shake them off is to move, and on platforms as precarious as these, that's a recipe for a long drop and a sudden stop. We may as well rename the chamber to the Tower of Bats. It's theirs already, we should just accept it. Colosseum might not be as mechanically complex as St. Francis's Folly, but it's certainly nice to look at. The Colosseum is the biggest single area in the chapter so far. It's so big it barely fits into the draw distance. When played correctly, this moment will be accompanied with music, and it perfectly sells the sense of discovery and wonder, and fuck off, Pierre. His interruption here spoils the moment, yeah, but I think that's the point. Lara already has reason to dislike him in-universe, but the way he bumbles into things here and ruins the moment gives the player a reason to hate him mechanically as well. Having visited the Colosseum in Rome and a few smaller amphitheatres in Greece, the game does successfully convey their size. They're imposing structures and it feels weird to walk around them alone. There's something off about it without the crowds. It looks imposing at first glance, but the level is actually pretty straightforward. The path takes you down through the chambers underneath the arena, and then up into the viewing box, and finally through the stands before running you back up to the exit. Pierre puts in another half-hearted appearance a little way into the set piece, but for the most part, you'll be fighting lions. Lots and lots and lots of lions. And the odd gorilla, who are honestly way more threatening because they take gravity as more of a polite suggestion than a hard law. If one's zooming around while you're trying to make a jump, it will Skyrim horse its way up to Lara and hurl her into the fucking void. The puzzles are all pretty simple. There's a couple of doors you have to run through before they shut, a boulder to avoid naturally, a bunch of tight jumps to make in a small chamber, and... oh good, for a moment I thought they'd forgotten to add one into this level. Crisis averted. It's a nice linear break that's a visual feast, sandwiched between two levels that are far more mechanically complex. Palace Midas begins with a rare cutscene of Lara pouring into a long-abandoned swimming pool. The level is huge and has no interest in holding your hand, and every time you think you're coming to the end of things, it'll just keep going, or it'll lead you straight to a dead end. The garden seems like a dead end as well, although once you clear out the gorillas, you might notice a little health pack sitting on an out-of-the-way roof. And oh look, a side passage. There's probably a secret down there. Oh. The King Midas of myth famously had the ability to turn anything he touched to gold, though in this case, the change is probably a downgrade. Lara's death by aurification is one of several context-specific game overs, and despite the lack of gore, it's actually pretty disturbing. There's something about the way she struggles to move, even as her body turns to gold, that just gets under the skin. At least it's over quick. Although she's oddly blasé about it in the remaster, and the way her braid pops off into a bunch of gold balls does ruin the moment a little. What's amazing is that King Midas's toes are only a sideshow on the way up through the level. The actual meat of the mission is up in this chamber. It's another hub area that branches off into several puzzle rooms, as well as the actual exit. The game's very explicit in what it wants from you, but there are no gold bars to be found anywhere in the palace. Only these shitty lead ingots. Hang on. You fool, you fell for my trap. As in St. Francis's Folly, the hub room is actually incorporated into the puzzles to collect the lead bars. There are 5 levers located in the middle of the room, and they have to be pulled in a certain order to open the 4 doors located around the same area. It's a pretty simple puzzle. The most sauce they put on it is this single scratched out symbol on one of the doors. The hardest part is honestly getting up to it before unlocking the shortcut down to the floor. Once you do get them open, you'll find a pretty simple trio of puzzles. The first is a mess of spikes and platforms. They do hit you with the dopamine by requiring you to move this crate to reach the lever to raise the platforms, but immediately rip it away from you again by having it make the worst sound ever recorded. The gorilla guarding the lead bar is a bit cheap as well. The next room is a timed obstacle course. You have to jump across the platforms before they become blocked with flames, though the pool at the bottom of the room means it's not an instant death if Lara does end up catching fire. And the last puzzle chamber is... just a room with a pillar. Huh. A little look around reveals another crate to move. It seems a little different, but I'm sure there's something good hidden behind. Uh-oh. Due to the limitations of the engine, Tomb Raider rarely shows you when the environment changes in a level, but it makes up for it with the sheer spectacle of returning to an earlier space to find it utterly destroyed. Breaking everything allows you to jump across the top of the chamber and reach the highest level of the aqueduct. You can explore along the top, but as usual, that's not the way to go. All you'll find up here is crocodiles, a secret, and breakable platforms you can't reach. What you need to do is drop down as soon as you reach the aqueduct, and just keep going until somehow you loop back around to the start of the level. The final lead bar is actually located on top of the temple where you found the lever to unlock the garden gate, and that garden is exactly where you have to go next in order to put Midas's golden touch to good use. After that, it's a straight run to the exit, though you'd think you'd find more than a sewer located behind a door that takes 3 gold bars to open. Unless they were turning shit to gold. No, I'm thinking about it too much again, let's move on. Palace Midas is Greece's standout level, as clever and impressive as Lost Valley from Peru, but it's not the region's most complicated. That dubious honour goes to Sistan. It starts off on a high note with a crate puzzle guarded by a rat, but that high-octane intensity cannot last for very long. Sistan is the first level in the game that I don't think is very good. It has good moments, like the first time you enter the titular Sistan, and the way you have to raise and lower the water level to complete certain puzzles, but beyond that, it's just a dull grey-green maze of rats and crocodiles. It feels good to climb up and raise the water level to gain access to other parts of the map, but it sucks to discover you've accidentally climbed your way to the wrong end of a puzzle room that needs the water level to be flipped the other way to even access correctly. The way the game is constantly spawning in rats and crocodiles every time Lara turns around just adds insult to injury. Even when you do find the right way to go, the puzzle chambers are very short, and since it's all still sewer, aren't even that nice to look at. Pierre returns, and his sudden appearances throughout the level do add little bursts of intensity, especially given his absence from Palace Midas, but he's not enough to save what is essentially a maze-based key hunt. It's an ethos of level design that was on its way out by the late 90s, and its inclusion here feels out of place. It's only at the very start where it pulls the old door to nowhere trick, and at the very end where it keeps going, and you're presented with what looks like this massive puzzle, only for the solution to be a hole behind a crate that I actually felt surprised by where the level took me. The enemy placement feels a bit meaner too. You can get ambushed by 2 separate rats in this spiky tunnel, if you stumble onto it from both directions. There's a gorilla hanging out on this narrow platform with the golden lock just behind the cistern. Pierre will even BM and attack in the middle of a jumping puzzle. You can get attacked by a pack of lions at the end of the level too, which seems alright given the vast open space of the chamber you're in when it happens, but some of the tiles are false floors, and will drop you onto spikes if you accidentally land on them, and you're not going to be thinking about that with the starring cast of Raw trying to bite your face off. Unfortunately, the downward slump continues into Tomb of Tirkan. The level is another slog through a series of linear rooms and corridors, none more obvious than the very first. You start off in the same hole you dropped out of Sistan into, and the only way out is to find a lever hidden close to the end of the tunnel. But even once you get yourself to dry land, the level remains frustratingly linear. All the apparent side areas are tiny. You're not given an opportunity to explore or discover anything fun as in the earlier levels. The best thing I can say is that the addition of arrow traps into this jumping puzzle does add a little complexity to the platforming mechanics, and as a result, this was the only point in the game where I got legitimately stuck, at least on this original recorded playthrough. It starts off well with a climb up to the top of this chamber, and it does appear to open up a little by offering you 2 passages to explore, but they both take you to the same place. The right-hand one is the easier of the 2 to reach, so naturally it's the wrong way to go. If the steel jaw trap hidden halfway down this flight of stairs doesn't get you, then Pierre and the single crocodile waiting at the bottom probably won't either. You can get some ammo out of it, but without any water, the only thing to do is make the climb back up and try again. And if you can jump past the axe swinging in front of the left-hand passage, you'll find there's nothing much to see but a lever and a short drop down to where you were before. The lever raises the water in the chamber below, and that is as far as I got for an embarrassing amount of time. The way out of the chamber seems obvious now that I know where it is, especially once the water level's raised up to meet it, but for whatever reason, I just couldn't find it my first time through. The game has done such a good job of nudging you in the direction of out-of-the-way passages, but this is just a step too far. The way out of this area has almost no signposting. You can't really see it from above, and the similar wall textures make it difficult to pick out from below. But the absolute worst part was, I had nowhere else to go. Tomb of Tia Khan is so linear that I couldn't trek back through the level to try and find another way through, like I had in St. Francis's Folly, in Palace Midas, even in Siston. I knew the answer had to be here somewhere. I just couldn't find it. And even when I did, the level just continued along a narrow linear path broken up by the occasional puzzle. They're not bad. At worst, they're a little nasty with the enemy placement. The gorillas up on this platform had me going apeshit with how hard they were to shoot from below, but they just don't match the fun of the levels that came before. But maybe that's the point. Past the long stretch of puzzles, you come to a long slope that takes you deep underground, and spits Lara out through the mouth of an ancient statue into the titular tomb. The level suddenly opens up with this huge flooded cavern hiding Tia Khan's final resting place, perfectly preserved across the millennia. It's such a stark shift in design from the rest of the level, and the moment of transition where the camera cuts to show Lara sliding out between the teeth of some ancient carving only makes it pop that much more. Almost like the linear run of puzzles you've been squeezed through all level were meant to represent the digestive system of some dead god that long ago ossified into rock, and you've been slowly climbing your way through the body from the sewer to the esophagus. Intentional or not, it's a clever nod at things to come, but only one you're likely to catch on a second run. The cavern is huge, a fantastic return to form. At last you've reached your goal. The doors stand open, the music swells, at least it should. Pierre is nowhere to be seen. It's time— oh fuck. The sudden boss fight with the centaur doesn't exactly come out of nowhere. The game's had Lara fight off dinosaurs and transmute lead into gold with the hand of an ancient statue. But there is something about the battle that's jarring your first time through. The quiet tone of the scene as you approach the tomb is shattered as surely as the statue hiding the centaur, but it's also the fact up to this point you've been battling either humans or animals. The centaur is something else entirely. A creature caught between man and beast, just like its mythical inspiration, with the abilities of both. It's fast, it's strong, it's even brought its own organic grenade launcher. Centaurs of myth aren't known for carrying guns of any kind, but they're also not known for lacking skin. The design is an interesting and gory twist on an otherwise familiar monster, and its ranged abilities bring it up to the present day in terms of threat. It was the first enemy in the game that I couldn't put down with Lara's trusty twin pistols. I had to drag out the shotgun to get the job done. It's a wake-up call in terms of encounter design too. A glimpse of things to come as the creations this strange civilization left behind start to re-emerge. Unfortunately, you don't get the chance to admire the interior of Tia Khan's tomb before you're hit with another boss fight.
A little late for the prize giving, no?
You're at the very bottom of the ruins. There's nowhere for Pierre to run this time. It's a shootout to the death, but after the battle with the centaur at the door, Pierre's an absolute pushover. Pour out one for Pierre Dupont, he died as he lived. Littering. His insides all over the floor, along with his guns and a key and even a piece of the scion. Pierre's key opens a door leading deeper into the tomb, and it's there you find Tia Khan's sarcophagus, along with the next step of the plot.
Here lies Tehokan, one of the two just rulers of Atlantis, who even after the curse of the continent had tried to keep rule here in these barren other lands. He died without child, and his knowledge has no heritage. Look over us kindly, Tehokan.
The Greek levels aren't all that heavy on plot in a game that already prioritizes gameplay over narrative, but what story is present definitely stands in contrast to what came before. It felt as though the plot only arrived at the very end of the game's Peruvian levels, but Pierre's constant interjections throughout the Greek chapter keep the main conflict fresh in your mind. His absence during Palace Midas only adds to the rollercoaster pacing of the section, though deep down we all know if he had managed to find his way into that area of the tomb, we would have found him lying dead and golden on the floor beside the statue's hand. No way this idiot isn't accidentally turning himself into a garden ornament. The developers kept him out of the palace for his own safety. Combining the two pieces of the Scion gives Lara a glimpse into their history. She sees Atlantis destroyed by natural disasters, but that was the least of the civilization's problems. There was some kind of conflict between the rulers of Atlantis over something to do with the Scion. We don't learn their names, or even get to see their faces, but their silhouettes are enough to reveal the identities of at least a couple of figures in the flashback. Our T-posing friend from the opening cinematic was locked away for crimes unknown, and the Scion scattered across the world before Atlantis was destroyed. It's a lot of information thrown to the player at once, but what's great is that on repeat playthroughs, a car comes past. It's a lot of information thrown to the player at once, but what's great is that on repeat playthroughs, every single frame of this cinematic makes sense. Nothing is left unexplained by the final cutscene. That's probably not what's on the player's mind though, or Lara's. There's one last piece of the Scion to find, and thanks to the vision, we know where to find it. Lara's able to make the jump to Egypt through a snazzy screen transition, but it wasn't a journey I was originally able to follow her on. I completed this run in 2022 as an adult, but I originally played Tomb Raider for the first time many years before, back in the early 2000s as a kid. I played it as part of some other original trilogy re-release incidentally, though that one was for the PS2, even if the discs were still technically PS1 games. They came in a nice box and had Lara holding up fingers to count which game was what instead of the original cover art, if anyone remembers. Anyway, the games weren't mine. A family member let me borrow them, but I was never able to get further than the Greek levels at the time. I'm pretty sure I burned out around Colosseum. Part of that comes down to the incredibly strict save crystal system imposed on the original PS1 release, and thank fuck they dropped that for the PC port. Tomb Raider is already hard enough without that restriction, and the ability to save scum. I'm not surprised at all it was reinstated as a challenge for New Game Plus in the 2024 remaster. But another big factor was that I really wasn't good with the controls. I was constantly running off ledges or jumping at the wrong angle or missing a step in the rhythm, and when you lose so much progress per death due to the scarcity of save crystals, I'm not surprised I burned out when I did. It stuck with me though. Caves and Lost Valley were burned into my memory so much that even when I came back to the game in 2022, I didn't have much trouble finding my way around. And even before I settled on this iteration of the project after playing it for the Men in Black critique, I was tossing out video ideas like Tomb Raider is a horror game, actually, because the atmosphere from that original 20-year-old abandoned playthrough was still so vivid in my mind. And now having finished the game, I think, yeah, it kind of is a horror game. Every Tomb Raider title is to some degree. It's one of the few consistent aspects of the series all throughout its 3 eras and numerous existential crises. But let's put that aside for now because I want to take a closer look at why I burned out so long ago. The platforming. I said before that Tomb Raider's controls are easy to learn but tough to master, and you can kind of get away with half-arsing it through Peru, even if there are a few jumps that require precision, but that all changes the second you arrive in Greece. The safety pools and straight angles mostly disappear, and you have to share just about every platform with some sort of enemy that really doesn't believe in personal space. It's so much more aggressive than everything that that came before, and this despite the fact Tomb Raider doesn't feature a single moving platform, which is usually the most obvious form of escalation when it comes to platforming mechanics. Instead, Tomb Raider introduces complexity to its jumping puzzles by narrowing the margin for player error. The size of the platforms never really changes. The block-based system with which the levels are built creates a hard limit on how small every bit of play space can be, but the designers were able to find clever ways around that restriction. Just arranging the platforms in a zigzagging pattern narrows how much of a ledge Lara can grab from her previous position, or forces you to jump at an awkward angle to stick a landing that would be much easier if the blocks were organised in straight lines. It's clear the developers had a deep understanding of Lara's jumping mechanics, because not only were they able to incorporate a pretty fair difficulty curve for the platforming, but even included a hidden medkit only accessible through exploiting a glitch. It's here in Palace Midas, I'm pretty sure, though I've never attempted to find it myself. And curious as I am to try, I'd like this video to come out at some point this year. My point is, the level designers understood the intricacies of Lara's movement, and once you get to Greece, they expect you to as well. Running jumps add a lot of distance that you will absolutely need, but do them too close to a platform, and Lara will just bounce off the side rather than grab hold of the above ledge. In those cases, a standing leap is probably better, though depending on the height of the platform and the angle of the jump, sometimes either will do. Is there a ledge at the bottom of a slope you need to grab? Better slide down backwards. Will the slope even take you for a ride, or is it safe to stand on? How long can you remain on a crumbling platform before it breaks? How far from a ledge can you be and still pull off a perfect running jump? How far can you fall before gravity makes it impossible for Lara to catch a ledge or survive a drop? These aren't things the game actively teaches you in Croft Manor. They're aspects of Lara's movement mechanics you learn through trial by fire. Croft Manor is really just there to teach you the fundamentals of Lara's movement, and to refine a player's reaction speeds with those basic controls. The real complexity comes in the cruel and clever ways the level designers string those basic moves together. And what I love is they rarely have to add in any urgency to keep the tension high. There are moments where you're thrown into a split-second decision. How do you avoid a boulder? How do you navigate a series of short hops before the platforms are engulfed in fire? Or escape a slide, sending you down into a pit of spikes? But these moments are the exception rather than the rule. A quick crescendo of panic to break the tension built by the other, slower platforming gauntlets. I said in the Men in Black critique that the tension in Tomb Raider is that of watching someone perform a high-wire tightrope walk. It's the context and danger of the actions that creates mood, rather than the actions themselves. In most cases, you have all the time in the world to complete a jump, but the price for missing it means you won't get a second attempt unless you're save scumming. So much of what makes Tomb Raider's platforming set pieces as exciting as the most spectacular moments of the Uncharted trilogy is entirely psychological. In Croft Manor, close to the ground, a running jump is just a running jump, but suspended over a pit so high the floor is all but swallowed by the draw distance, the same button presses take on a different weight. Hopping down a series of blocks is no big deal, but put those blocks in the air on top of unsettlingly narrow pillars, and suddenly it feels dangerous. And it kind of is, because it doesn't take much of a fall to kill you in Tomb Raider. Even drops one block high can be fatal with the addition of some spikes and a low ceiling. Just as the level design is really good at masking mission-critical areas as side content, the platforming gauntlets excel at making every jump feel just a little bit too far. Every time you take a jump, the tension hangs, waiting for Lara to either make the distance or fall to her death, and that just stacks higher and higher, tighter and tighter, until you either miss a ledge or the atmosphere shatters in a burst of violence and bullets. The jumps don't even have to be that far or that hard either. If you're high enough, even a basic one-block hop will have your toes sweating while Lara's in the air. What's fun is that, again, a lot of the more complex moves that become necessary to know by the late game are tutorialized in early game secrets, and some moves are simply here for style. You can backflip up ledges if you're too impatient to mantle them, but you can also perform a swan dive by holding jump and walk together. It's completely unnecessary. The game never tells you it's an option. Toby Gard even added it in as a secret to see if the other members of the dev team would notice, but then didn't take it out. It's still there if you want a swan dive from impossible heights with grace. One move in particular exists purely for the aesthetics, and it's this. If you hold all three movement buttons together while mantling, forward, action, and walk, Lara will take the time to lift herself up and do a handstand before spinning onward. There is no mechanical reason to... Get back here. Oh, you're not getting away that easily. They got away. I'll get him next time. Anyway, there is no mechanical reason to ever do this. It actually takes longer to complete than a regular mantle, and it doesn't make you any surer-footed if you do. It's just for style. Overall, Tomb Raider bombards you with options, both in regard to movement mechanics, and often also in non-linear level design. The trick is to know which options will get Lara to the other end of the gauntlet alive. It's not always so effective, unfortunately. Shimmying along a ledge can't really evoke that same high-wire tightrope tension no matter how distant the drop or dangerous the animals waiting on the floor are, because as long as the player keeps the button pressed, Lara won't fall. There's no stamina bar to introduce the tension of a countdown timer, or even any risk of an enemy above kicking Lara back down. The only real danger here is the player having a brain fart and letting go, and that definitely happened once or twice. But that doesn't create tension, it just leads to frustration. And the same thing happens when enemies with ranged attacks like Pierre show up to take pot shots at Lara while she's hanging off the side of a wall. Lara's movements while hanging from a ledge are so slow as well, even compared to her other jumps and rolls. It's just tedious, which makes the few platforming gauntlets built around the mechanic the worst in the game for me, but we'll get to that in Egypt. The sensitivity of the controls can lead to one or two unintended deaths as well. Having every movement option mapped to a combination of 2 or 3 buttons does simplify the process to a very satisfying degree, but it also makes it easy to accidentally flip off a ledge if you happen to hold down, left, or right in preparation to shimmy along a wall just after pressing the jump button. Moments like that made me think the controls were too sensitive, but there are numerous others where I hit shift to walk and Lara just kept on running right off the side of a platform to her doom. Neither happened too often, but they happened enough to make them infuriating when they did. What's funny is that the swimming mechanics felt a lot tighter by comparison. Paddling on the surface is very slow, and it can be difficult to get into position to pick something up underwater, but general movement was fine, at least in the original release. It probably helps that all the underwater sections adhere to basic blocky layouts without anything to really get caught on. Quite a few of the jumping puzzles are placed above pools, so the sight of water was honestly a relief most of the time. Aside from the couple of moments where you're sent underwater to pull a lever, or collect an item, or navigate a narrow tunnel, I was always happy to see them, because out of the water the game only gets busier with furniture and random crap the further along you go. Because of the limitations of the engine, you can't actually stand on them. Lara always gets shoved back onto a bit of proper terrain, but they still definitely get in your way. Peru and Greece did a pretty good job of keeping things tidy, but the second you reach Egypt, all bets are off. Turns out whoever ruled the Atlantean outpost in Egypt was a massive hoarder, because there is shit to trip you up everywhere. But first, we need to get inside. Tomb Raider's Egyptian chapter starts off very strong in City of Kharmoon with a crate puzzle that involves not one, but 2 crates. 2 crates? Game, you spoil me. But also up there as one of my favourite moments in the game is your arrival at the titular city. It's a long walk down this claustrophobic tunnel that suddenly opens up to reveal a Sphinx looming out of the darkness. It's not even the scale of the thing. Those who've played the game before know that this is a kitten compared to the real deal, waiting for us deeper in Sanctuary of the Scion, and even compared to sites like Lost Valley and the Colosseum, it's a little small. No, it's the spectacle that makes it so special. Of course, it's ruined a little by the fact there's a black leopard camping the walk up to the vista, but even that serves a purpose. Tomb Raider has never been shy about tossing new enemies at the player, and the black cat is a fantastic misdirect on the part of the devs to release some tension before dropping you right into a fight with your first... Mummy's not quite the right word. It's a little too alien to fit that description, but it's as good a name as any, so that's what we'll go with until we learn more. Players with an eye for detail will instantly recognise it as one of the not quite so dead guardians interred with Qualopec back in Peru. But who cares about that shit? We've got a third crate. City of Carmoon overall is one big misdirect. It gives the impression that it's going to open up like Palace Midas with how prominent this obelisk is with its 4 obvious item slots by the Sphinx at the start, but it's actually quite linear. That said, there are moments where City of Carmoon folds back on itself in interesting ways. You can see the platforms up by the ceiling in this room full of statues not long after running into the Sphinx, but you won't actually reach them until the very end. And if they do catch your eye, the leopard hiding between the statues probably won't until it's right on top of you. It's no easy thing to reach those upper platforms either. You have to climb up another gauntlet of crate-based jumping puzzles to pull some switches. You have to drop down into the cat hole and fight like 20 leopards if you don't fall for this slide trap on the way there. Tomb Raider has been fairly liberal in its use of environmental traps up to this point, but Egypt is really where the game starts getting mean about it. Although this one is survivable if you've got good reflexes, and past all that, the game sends you down this long winding claustrophobic corridor full of tight corners that would feel right at home in Resident Evil, and naturally, the hallway ends in a fight with another Atlantean mummy. The game offers up this giant cube of a room to battle it in, but the mummies are so aggressive that if you try to take it slow down the hallway in an effort to avoid any potential traps hidden by the corners, it'll just zoom in and kill you before you can move into the larger space and put some distance between it and Lara. And I kind of love that. The game's been teaching you ever since you hit start to explore, and that's definitely a skill you'll need to even make it this far into the level anyway, but it's also been teaching you to be cautious of blind corners. So the fact it's now willing to punish you for following its own advice feels like a turning point. You've made it this far. You've proved you can play the game, but can you play it at speed? Tomb Raider still isn't an especially fast game, but when so many of the platforming puzzles demand precision, even a slight acceleration of the gameplay loop can result in a deadly delay in player input, and it's only going to get faster as Tomb Raider nears its climax, though not in City of Carmoon. City of Carmoon ends right on the other side of this locked door. Yeah, that's it. You were expecting to find the items to fill up this obelisk, maybe find a way up to this hole in the wall right by the Sphinx, open up the level like you've done so many times before and exit through the big obvious gates at the start. Nope. This is the City of Carmoon's greatest misdirect. It has the presentation of a big open level, but it's essentially just a training course for what's to come, and just as well, because Obelisk of Carmoon is a fucking nightmare. A nightmare if you hate crate puzzles, that is. The level begins with a 4-crate behemoth, but only one hides the key to open the way forward. The rest hide nothing but pickups if you're lucky, and more leopards if you aren't. The key opens 2 doors, and both technically lead to the same place through very different means. The one at the bottom of the crate room leads to the chamber containing the titular obelisk. Much like the Sphinx from City of Carmoon is just a hint of things to come, the obelisk by its side is little more than a gesture toward the majesty of the real deal. I love this thing. It's got such presence. It's the point around which the whole stage is anchored, and every time you come back to it, you know you're making progress, even if that progress isn't so straightforward as climbing from the bottom to the top. Given where the 4 key items are positioned, you'll end up around the obelisk's middle more than anywhere else. You can actually get the first of the items, the Eye of Horus, without even investigating the obelisk. If you instead go through the door at the top of the crate room, you'll come to a chamber with a lever to drop the bridge and grab the thing on the side of the obelisk, assuming you can make it past the mummy waiting in ambush for you. Even if you do, they've picked up a few tricks since the last level. Man, I hope they don't put any on a series of tight platforms. That would be cruel, wouldn't it? The other way forward is down through this passage at the bottom of the obelisk chamber. The whole level is full of nice scenery. I especially like what I think is meant to be a backgammon table up in the Eye of Horus room. But these giant sarcophagi, are probably my favourite. The scale of everything in Tomb Raider is a little bit off given the limitations of the hardware, but the way Lara is dwarfed by these things feels deliberate, like they contain something inhuman and otherworldly. They're the perfect backdrop to the climb up through the chamber, and the platforming gauntlet is itself the perfect mechanical sleight of hand to hide the mummy waiting for you at the top. Once again, if you take things slow, it'll just barrel down the flight of stairs and toss Lara right back into the pit. The only way to find sure footing is to run right at it and start blasting. Up here is the second lever to lower the bridge to the Ankh, and the game wants you to jump down this hole and complete the next chamber to reach it, but you're so high up that you could always just leap on top of the obelisk and drop down from there. The ammo at its summit is a secret, so why not? Doing it this way also gives you more options on where to go next. You could follow the game's intended path into this chamber of slide puzzles, or try your luck at Apep's asshole. There are parts of every game that always suck to play through, even when they're masterpieces. And much as I love Tomb Raider, I hate this bit. It's always such a chore. Every cruel adventure game design impulse crushed together into one concentrated glass of pain. I never look forward to playing it. In fact, in the long years it's taken to make this video, I forgot a lot of the specifics about the later levels, and in some small ways got to play them again for the first time, but the second I got back to this room, I was just like, oh fuck, I'm here. The issue isn't so much that it's challenging, but that it's incredibly boring and needlessly cruel. In fact, I think it borders on unfair. If you choose to drop down to the floor, you'll find there's nothing waiting for you but 2 mummies. The space might seem open enough for a fair fight, but there's so much shit all over the floor, Lara will be too busy bouncing off tables and chairs to pull off a proper jump, which is a real issue when the mummies are this fast and this aggressive. I already find it hard to get out of their way when there isn't anything in mine. Down in this hell pit, they more or less opened up one of the sarcophaguses and threw me inside like a pair of stereotypical high school bullies. So just ignore them, right? There's no loot. Just climb up the other way and save the ammo. The platforms hug the walls of the chamber and eventually take you down to the lever to drop the bridge to the scarab. But once you reach that point, there's no way to climb back up. You have to drop down to the floor, right into the waiting arms of the 2 mummies. They even spawn right next to you if you hit the floor from the end of the platforming gauntlet. And you can try to run, but you won't succeed. The mummies are too fast. Even if you reach the climb out of the chamber, they'll just knock you away mid-jump and keep you trapped on the floor while your health bar drains away like sand through the throat of an hourglass. So you kind of have to go down there, deal with the mummies, climb back up, do the platforming gauntlet to pull the lever, and then climb out again to get through it without leaving Lara's fate up to the gods. And it certainly doesn't help that so much of the puzzle is spent shimmying along a wall. Though at least you do get something for completing this perforated abscess of a combat encounter. There's this other area earlier in the level that just drops you into a fight with two mummies for literally nothing. What is this room for? Is it part of a secret that I just missed? Is it a cruel joke? What are we doing here? The other chamber is a cakewalk by comparison. The road to the Seal of Anubis is focused on sliding puzzles. You need to keep pulling levers to create a path up to the top of the chamber, and it's fine. It's something different. It's not this shit. Getting all 4 items from the obelisk opens the way at its base, and after a quick swim down this tunnel clogged with ammo, you end up back somewhere a little more familiar. The Sphinx is just a few more jumps away, and it's a real triumph to arrive back at the opening area of City of Carmoon with all the items needed for the obelisk, especially with the music. You even arrive through the hole in the wall that's been taunting you ever since you got to Egypt. Sure, all the doors you opened up before are now shut, but who cares? Slot in the 4 key items and the level's done. Sanctuary of the Scion is probably tied with Lost Valley for me as Tomb Raider's most iconic level, and it starts off strong with the proper introduction of your new adversaries. The Atlantean mutants have shed their bandages and are now at their full power, able to get up close and toss you around and take pot shots at you from afar with their arm blasters, and the game throws 2 of them at you along this flight of stairs. It's not too cramped, but it's not too open either. It's the perfect balance of level design for this sort of fight, and if you take a look around, you'll see you'll probably be back here at some point too. But right now, the only way to go is up, and up, and up. And holy shit, even with the limited draw distance of the time, this is incredible. A true moment of spectacle to rival Indiana Jones or Uncharted's most bombastic environmental set pieces. And the devs clearly knew it too, because everywhere you go around the Sphinx, the game takes control of the camera away to give you a proper sense of scale. The thing is massive, it dominates the space, but it's so big that the scope of the Sphinx gets lost when you're climbing all over it, shooting mutants, and trying to keep Lara's head on her shoulders. The way inside the Sphinx is locked behind a pair of ankhs. The walls of the chamber are covered with platforms to climb, but the ways up to the levers you'll need to pull to continue are fairly obvious if you take a moment to look around. It's still worth jumping off the beaten path to grab the absurd amounts of ammo all over the place, though if you do, you might run into the game's next enemy, flying mutants. Despite how ominous that name might be, they're actually not that hard to deal with while they're in the air. They're pretty slow, and their projectiles are easy to dodge, but the second their feet touch the ground, you're fucked. They become just as slippery, and just as aggressive as their wingless counterparts, and given they usually spawn right up by the chamber's ceiling, where the platforms are at their smallest, most will probably send Lara hurtling to her death before they get the chance to drain her health bar. If you manage to survive the flying mutants, the way forward is pretty simple. There are a pair of doors that lead to a pair of side areas with puzzles blocking access to the ankhs you need. It's all nice and familiar, until you climb up and discover there's a fucking centaur waiting for you at the top. Oh shit! There's one in each ankh chamber, and both fights give you a lot of space to battle it out in, but honestly, it's just easier to stand on the platform outside and take pot shots whenever the centaur in question runs past the door. Even if they do manage to line up a hit on Lara, you can always just jump out of the way. I do really like the rooms though. They're very pretty, especially once the centaurs are exploded enough for you to take a proper look at them. And once you've got both ankhs, it's just a victory lap back up to the top of the Sphinx to unlock the door inside. You might expect another opulent chamber containing the next piece of the Scion, but instead the door in the Sphinx leads to a hole that drops straight down into the depths of the world. And the level's second moment of spectacle. The statues might not be opulent, and they may not have the majesty of the Sphinx above, but they definitely demand your attention, and it's a genuine surprise to drop into the water right on top of them. You can make the moment even better if you manage to swan dive through the hole into the water below. In fact, it's illegal not to. If you just run right off the edge, or bump your head on the wall, that's it. You're going straight to Tomb Raider jail, aka the fridge. It takes a bit of platforming to lower the waterline, but the tunnel back out of the chamber is a long, long run up to the scarab you glimpsed at the start of the level, one filled with a suspicious amount of ammunition. Video games are never this generous unless they're preparing you for a fight, and sure enough, at the top you're hit with not one mutant, not two mutants, but two mutants and a centaur as well. It's a tough fucking fight. The two mutants will stay right up your ass while the centaur riddles Lara with explosives, but it's the perfect climax to the level's journey. And even then, it's still not over. Past the other locked door is a way into the Scion's chamber, but that's not all.
I still got a pain in my brain from you. And it's telling me funny ideas now, like to shoot you to hell.
Larsen's back in a surprise boss fight, though after the battle with the Atlanteans outside, he's not much more than target practice. The chamber is a maze of pillars to swoosh between and avoid his attacks, but he hasn't actually changed since your last fight in Peru. His death is just as unceremonious as his reappearance too. He doesn't drop anything like Pierre. Lara doesn't even have anything to say once he cans it. She just blows what's left of his brains across the walls and moves on like he wasn't even there. It's almost a shame because the boss arena is really cool, and I love the run-up to the Scion, but alas, there's no grand revelation upon picking up the final piece of the Scion. Instead, Lara just wanders out of the tomb right into the clutches of Natala's goons, though she seems pretty chill about it all things considered.
Howdy.
Afternoon.
Natala doesn't seem too upset to hear Larsen's dead either.
Left Larson sucking wind then, eh?
If that is the phrase.
But she's definitely pissed Lara made it out alive as well. She orders her men to kill Lara, but she escapes.
Well, kill her! You morons!
And I guess Natala decides she can't be fucked following it up, because they just leave before confirming the fall took her out. They're all so unobservant, they don't even notice Lara doing a sick jump off her bike onto Natala's boat in the next scene.
What the heck was that? What? That away.
But that might just be because they're so stunned at how many shots of the motorcycle there are leading up to it. I mean, it's still not very much, but when there's like 15 minutes of total story content in the game, and a full 30 seconds is nothing but Lara doing sick motorcycle stunts in the desert, it stands out. This whole cinematic accounts for a good 4 of those 15 minutes. It's shockingly long, and Lara's trick reel aside, a lot happens. She sneaks aboard, and has a nap, and sneaks off again, all without being seen. Somehow, and all without having to figure out the final destination of the game either, or without having to address the fact her hand clips through part of the boat on her way out too. Woo! Thankfully, Lara has a much more tangible grasp on her weapons. Call me Tomb Raider because that segue was stale as fuck, Jesus Christ. Combat in Tomb Raider is all about positioning. As soon as Lara's weapons are drawn, she takes care of aiming. Your job as the player is to just put as much distance between her and your enemies as possible without exceeding the maximum range of the gun or losing sight of them around a corner. which I think is a clever way of getting around the limitations of the engine or overcomplicating the controls. You draw or holster the guns with the press of a button, and while they're active, the action key becomes the trigger. As long as you're holding the key down, Lara will keep blasting, which leaves you free to focus on her movement. Tomb Raider has pretty decent enemy variety, a real smorgasbord of out-of-place endangered species, mythological monsters, and dudes with guns. But one thing they all share is speed. Well, maybe not the dudes with guns. They're all pretty slow and clunky, even compared to Lara. But the animals have got the moves. They're fast, they're mean, and they can turn on a dime. They might be cannon fodder from a distance, but if any manage to get in close to Lara, it can be a genuine challenge to keep them in front of her guns long enough to put them down, since they never stop moving. Either they'll run circles around Lara waiting for the chance to strike, or they'll stay right on top of her the whole fight in an attempt to fling her right off a ledge. It's why you can't just backflip your way to victory the whole game. You need to be aggressive. You need to hold your ground. You need to play just as dirty as they do. But more than anything, you need to keep moving. Standing still is a death sentence, even if you're not fighting on the side of a cliff. Unless you're fighting Atlanteans, I guess. Combat is where you'll find most of Lara's flashiest moves. The flips and the lunges and the snazzy quick turn that give a real cinematic edge to any fight, as long as you don't accidentally slam right into a wall. There's probably more of an art to it than I ever managed to learn. I got pretty adept with the platforming, but a lot of fights still ended up a mess of flips and somersaults as I struggled to keep Lara focused on the enemies going buck wild all around me. I always preferred to catch enemies from above, where they couldn't actually hurt me, most of them at least. It might save you some health in the long run, but it'll also definitely cost some time. Active enemies know when they can't get to you, and if they have the option to leave the room, or camp around the base of a platform in one of Lara's blind spots, they absolutely will. You do have the option to look around manually to search them out, but in the age before analog sticks or standardized mouse look, it's spotty at best, especially since the enemies still never stop moving. Unfortunately, that's about the extent of the mechanical depth to the combat, which is not to say there isn't escalation. Enemies start off relatively slow in Peru before ramping up to Tasmanian devils high on ice by the time you finish Egypt, but their modes of attack and your responses to them remain more or less the same throughout. It's the variety in speed and size that really keeps the combat from growing too stale. There is a literal ocean of difference between the normal bats you find in caves from the winged Atlanteans who explode upon death that replace them in the late game, even if you fight them the same way. Something else that adds a little variety to the combat is enemy health bars. Lara's pistols are enough to get the job done in Peru, and given they have infinite ammo, you'll hardly want for bullets. But as the game goes on and the enemies grow more dangerous, it becomes better to rely on something with a little more firepower. Oh, think I didn't hear that?
I kind of think that I'm confuted.
Back there, straight to the freezer with you. There are 3 extra weapons to find throughout the game. A shotgun in Peru, the magnums in Greece, and the Uzis in Egypt. And they all serve different mechanical purposes. The shotgun is a boss killer. It's extremely powerful, to the point it's kind of shocking you find it so early in the game here in Lost Valley. But if you make a habit of using it, you'll find yourself short on ammo pretty quick. Thinking back on it, given you face down a fucking T-Rex in the same level, it's not that much of a surprise that the game offers you the shotgun to take it down. But it's still a bit of a newbie trap. Tomb Raider is pretty generous with ammo if you make the effort to explore, but while I usually hit the late game with hundreds upon hundreds of magnum bullets and multiple clips for the Uzis, I rarely manage to find more than 50 shells for this mad lad. It's a weapon of last resort, to be saved for when you really need something dead, and and don't have time to think about it. The Magnums are more like a premium version of Lara's pistols. They pack a bit more punch in exchange for a finite amount of ammo, and most of the time they were enough to take out an Atlantean or two. It makes sense that you find them in Greece, right at the turning point between where the game goes from playful to sadistic, and the Uzis are the best of both worlds. They're located on this invisible floating platform in Egypt for some reason, which is why before the remaster I never picked them up until a late game boss fight dropped a second pair, and honestly they're best saved for the late game anyway because they pack the punch of the shotgun with the speed of the Magnums. All the horrors of Atlantis more or less melt away in front of them. They're great. The enemies use positioning to their advantage too, at least before they're aggroed. Once you get their attention, they go a little out of control, to the point that in one unfortunately unrecorded playthrough of City of Carmoon, this cat managed to trap Lara in a corner, and we just sat there awkwardly watching it run endlessly into the wall, unable to do anything but start blasting again. But those brief moments of jank aside, most just wait out of sight for Lara to run by and activate them. The game gets pretty cruel about it too. It's not above spawning enemies in awkward places, only to throw them at you the second your feet hit the platform in question. It's not above spawning them in already explored areas while you're backtracking through them either, though at least that does add a little extra spice to what would otherwise be a straight run between 2 points. Neither trick is particularly mean on principle, but the fact the enemies are completely silent until aggroed definitely is. The Atlanteans are actually the exception. They will groan and growl before you see them a lot of the time, which makes sense given how dangerous they are in comparison to every other enemy in the game. But for every time they do announce their presence before you find them hiding in a corner, there are just as many instances where they'll jump you out of nowhere, like the aforementioned ambush at the bottom of Apep's asshole. Even without sound cues, after a while you learn to anticipate the appearance of another enemy, how long it's been since you last fought something, what's the layout of the area you're running through, are there any obvious blind spots to hide something behind, that sort of thing. In a big open space with tight jumping puzzles, you're in Bat Country. Going for a swim, you're probably going to find a crocodile. A room full of pillars, boom, get ambushed, idiot. But there's always going to be one piece of shit who slips through the net, and once that happens, it's back to flipping all over the place just trying to line up a shot, and usually it'll be the bosses. They don't even have the decency to start off hiding around a corner. They'll just spawn in behind you and start blasting. I find it deliciously ironic that in a game with such fantastical enemies, most of the bosses are just men, normal men. Larsen's just a guy, Pierre's just a guy, Natla's three goons in the mines are a little quirky, but they're all still just guys. Even Natla herself is just a woman. It might seem like she's sprouted wings for the final encounter, but if you take a closer look at the model, the monstrous elements are actually some sort of Atlantean mutant wrapped around her like a harness. And they're all much easier to bring down than most of the regular enemies too. Most of the time, they just stand in place and shoot, and while Lara might take a few grazing shots in the fights, she's got the moves, and the backpack full of healing items, to outlast them. Pierre's definitely a bit of a bullet sponge, and so is Natla, but the rest of the lads don't take much to bring down. Instead, they have to rely on gimmicks to actually pose a threat. Larsen's first appearance is a genuine surprise given the absence of any human enemies up to that point in the game. Cowboy's boss arena is full of easily hidden holes to fall through while trying to leap out of the way of his bullets. Skater Boy is no different, and is constantly moving to boot, and Big Boy is carrying around the shotgun, which is just as dangerous when used against Lara as it is when used against anything else. It's the chaos of these fights that make them engaging, rather than the mechanics. But there are a handful of exceptions that add a little spice to the boss encounters. We've seen a couple already, the T-Rex in Lost Valley, and the Centaur at the end of Tomb of Teokan, not to mention the rematches throughout Sanctuary of the Scion, but there are a couple more that I want to save for now because their sudden appearances are a big part of what makes the fights work. They're big set-piece spectacles with a pacing and energy that the rest of Tomb Raider's slow and steady methodical gameplay loops simply lacks. It won't be until the sequel that any platforming gauntlet rises to match the speed of the boss fights here in the original. Not that a lot of them will pose much of a threat. Even if you don't go out of your way to find the extra weapons, or the ammo for them, the game is overflowing with healing items that turn each fight into a cakewalk as long as you remember to check on Lara's health every once in a while. They're divided between small and large medkits, but even the little ones restore a good chunk of health on their own, to the point I had a healthy stockpile of the big boys by the time I reached the final area in every playthrough I made for this video, recorded or not. Most of my deaths came from missed jumps or enemy bullying than a slow exchange of hits, and on a similar note, I was drowning in ammo for most of the game too. A lot of that does come down to thorough exploration. If you don't have the time to search out secrets and grab every pickup you come across, you'll probably find the game much more challenging, but the difficulty still feels a little off. It feels like there's a sweet spot on the amount of items to keep things challenging without being cruel, and it's just not there. Maybe it's because the game was designed with the save crystal system in mind, I don't know. It's not a huge deal, but it did stand out, especially when you consider even when you lose your weapons in the cinematic between Sanctuary of the Scion and Natla's Mines, you still get to keep all the ammo and heals you've found. Not that I'm complaining, given what awaits you at the bottom of the mine shaft, but still, it's odd. Natla's Mines is an odd level in general actually. The three core tenets of the game, exploration, platforming, and combat, which have all been in pretty steady lockstep from Tomb Raider's opening moments, suddenly skew off in wildly different directions to the detriment of what's come before and what comes after. It's my least favourite level in the game, which is disappointing because it's got a good hook. This is Lara at her lowest. She's lost and alone in an unfamiliar place without any plan or weapons to defend herself. Her enemies aren't just animals defending their territory, but grown men with orders to shoot her dead the second they so much as see a twitch of movement. The mines are the closest Tomb Raider ever comes to a modern setting in actual gameplay, but the tunnels and machinery are arguably more dangerous than the ancient tombs you've been crawling through all game. There are boulders everywhere, and lava bubbling up from down below, and mining equipment blocking your path. The mine is an obvious rush job. So much progress has only been made because Natla shits money and can just keep throwing cash at the project until she gets what she wants. It's great storytelling and a great integration of narrative and gameplay, but only at the level's beginning. The further you get into Natla's Mines, the more things start to fall apart. There's very little chance to explore here. The level is pretty linear, and most of it is spent pinballing back and forth from one end of the path to the other to pull a lever or replace a fuse or move some crates. And thank God for that, at least there's something to praise about Natla's Mines. The running back and forth from one end of the linear path to the other does go away once you escape the opening area, but the level doesn't expand at that point. It remains very narrow in both design and composition throughout, to the point it's almost claustrophobic. There are a couple of open areas, but they feel like a step backward after the spectacle of Egypt, and I get why, given what's coming in the next couple of levels, but even when it does try to hit you with another grand vista at the climax, it feels restrained in a way that lessens the moment. Even the few secrets you can find just lead to narrow mine shafts. What did I say about acting out? No different from the ones you have to travel through as part of the mission critical path. I can appreciate how nasty some of the traps get. This is where the game starts stringing boulder runs together as a distraction to get you bumbling right into the actual danger around them, be it a big old hole full of lava or another secret boulder run. That was actually pretty fun. So was navigating an enemy without any weapons to defend yourself. But bouncing back and forth through the same handful of dull black tunnels to slam up against the wall of the same three boring chambers sucked. The same way getting stuck in Tomb of Teokan sucked. I got so stuck I actually broke the level. The game wants you to find 3 fuses to drop this demountable from the ceiling in this chamber, which nets you Lara's pistols and a fighting chance against Natla's goons. The first is down this mine shaft where you actually have to outrun a boulder to the end of the tunnel, not just avoid it, which is a fun way to add urgency to a familiar trap. The second is in the boss arena with the cowboy himself, and he doesn't wait for you to pick it up. He starts blasting the second you get too close. And the third is stuck on this conveyor belt not far from the hanging demountable. And for the life of me, I just could not figure out how to get through this door to get it moving. I made it through all the steps to move the digger and progress into the cowboy's boss arena, but I missed the lever that opens the door to the conveyor belt along the way because, as in Tomb of Teokan, it blends so well into the environment around it. Instead, I got so fed up with not being able to find it that I just ran past the cowboy and continued through the level, dropped down through this platforming gauntlet, which, it should be noted, is the first time you ever have to let yourself fall while hanging from a ledge to catch another ledge below. It is required to get the magnums in Cistern, so it's not like it hasn't been tutorialized to some degree, but this is the first time the move is part of the mission critical path, and not having got the magnums on this playthrough, I just didn't know you could do that. Anyway, jumped across the lava, found this secret side passage containing an extra shotgun, and then, when I finally climbed back up to the top of the chamber, shot the cowboy dead and pulled the lever to continue. The lever blows up some TNT you have to drag around as part of another crate puzzle back the way you came, but I wanted Cowboy's guns, so I leaped back down into the boss arena to grab them, and I don't know why, but for some reason headed back to the room with the hanging demountable to find this. Oh no! Yeah, I guess I accidentally sequence broke, and the game was not at all prepared for it either. I can't even think of why a second room spawns in if you progress past the cowboy and pull the TNT lever. This is an absolute mystery to me, though I'm sure speedrunners have been exploiting it for decades. And if the achievement stats on Steam are anything to go by, what happens to a lot of people playing the remastered version as well? Anyway, at this point I knew I'd fucked up, so reloaded and just looked up the solution. The way to the third fuse is actually located in this room between the digger and the cowboy's boss arena. You need to push this crate into the middle of the tracks and climb up through a hole in the ceiling to pull a lever which opens a door back beside the conveyor belt with another lever that actually activates the thing and drops the fuse on the floor, which you can then use to drop the demountable and get Lara's pistols and defeat the cowboy. He drops the magnums as a reward, and him being dead gives you a lot more space to focus on following platforming puzzles, which are actually pretty good, double ledge drop aside. I especially like this series of jumps where you have to leap onto sloped platforms over a river of lava, and getting to blow up part of the mine certainly is cathartic, even if it does mean having to sacrifice a crate. Rest in peace, gone too soon. Unfortunately, past this puzzle, my feelings toward Natla's mines turn from general frustration to active dislike. Tomb Raider's tone is a weird mix of pulpy adventure and survival horror, and it's been very careful in cultivating aspects of both so that they actually mesh. What it hasn't done is wallow in complete absurdity, so when you exit this exploded tunnel to not only stumble onto a skate rink hidden at the bottom of this random fucking mine, but a skater kid quoting Taxi Driver at you while he opens fire at Lara with a pair of Uzis.
Firing at me? Firing at me, huh? Ain't nobody else, so you must be firing at me.
The vibe ever so slightly shatters, and you're not going to fucking believe this, but as I started writing this section of the script, Skater Boy by Avril Lavigne got shuffled on from my playlist of over 1,000 songs I listened to while writing. I know, I don't believe it either, and I'm fucking listening to it as I write these words. It's like poetry, it rhymes, unlike this boss fight, which sucks. Sure, Skater Boy is a little bit faster than the other human enemies thanks to his rad wheels, I don't fucking know skater terminology, I'm sorry, but he also struggles with pathfinding. Often he'll just zoom away and get stuck on a ramp, which gives you the freedom to riddle him with bullets from a safe distance. The boss arena just sucks in general. It's so big, but the fight won't actually take you through much of it because of Skater Boy's aforementioned pathfinding problems. The only way you get to see it is by exploring it yourself after the fight, and it's only then that you'll probably discover it's full of the same lava hole traps as the Cowboys arena. Sure, there are some items to vacuum up in out-of-the-way places, but you should be overflowing with ammo and items by now. There's no point in actually hanging around. It doesn't help that it's so visually dull, but what really ruins it for me is how absurd it is. I told you before the game was going to get weird. I don't know if any of us expected it to take us to an underground skate rink on top of a river of lava for a boss fight with some random kid on a skateboard. The game has never been this strange before, and it will never be this strange again. It's so bizarre. Anyway, he was a skater boy, she said see you later boy. Let's move on. Past the skate rink, the level brings you up through the base of an immense Atlantean pyramid, buried beneath the earthen crust of the island. It takes a little while to realise that though, with the rat's nest of golden corridors and crates you have to untangle to reach it. This is that section I mentioned way back in the chapter on level design, so I won't repeat myself on the reasons I don't like it, but I can't keep lying to you either. I hate the crate puzzles in Tomb Raider. The game throws them at you like they're hidden loading screens. There are so many, and very few of them amount to anything more than move it forward or move it back. Like I mentioned back then, this one where you have to move 2 back and forth to access a lever is like the most mechanical complexity you get with them. I don't even think I mentioned how fickle they are either. Try to move them onto any sort of slope and they'll freak the fuck out. Thank God the level opens up a bit once you get past the golden tunnels, and it's here that Natla's Mines hits you with its final battle. This guy, whose whole identity is big. Which would be fine, but Lara's been fighting off dinosaurs and centaurs and 9-foot-tall Atlantean mutants the whole game. A 6'5" man with a shotgun doesn't even rate. He's not even quirky like Cowboy or Skater Kid. He's just a dude, the most dude of all Natla's henchmen, and he goes down just as quick as the rest. With the door unlocked, you're free to leave Natla's Mines behind. Whatever's waiting for Lara inside the pyramid, it has to be better than this shit. Tomb Raider's final levels do course correct after stumbling here at the door to the pyramid, but Natla's Mines is always the point where the game sort of loses me. I still love the game overall, but Atlantis is merely good, as opposed to great like Peru, Greece, and Egypt were. The mines are a fun idea, I like its function in the plot, but the mechanical execution is really bad in my opinion. It's one of the reasons I'm so glad there wasn't a level set in Natla's offices between Peru and Greece. I'm not familiar with the ways mines are laid out, or what sort of equipment you'd expect to find in one, especially not back in 1996, much less now in 2025, but it's still a modern enough setting that the strange blocky proportions of the shipping containers and demountables stand out. The ruins in Peru and Greece and Egypt are all ancient, abstracted across centuries, but seeing present-day machinery laid out with the same strange level design style just gives the mine a sense of architectural uncanny valley. The level's sharp edges also feel quite indicative of Tomb Raider's troubled development cycle. The game was meant to be much bigger, and you can see echoes of that without even having to read up about the game's development history. Every time you reach a new location, a stamp is added to Lara's passport, which acts as the save menu. You get a couple for Peru, a couple for Greece, a couple for Egypt, and then a phantom pair appear by the time you reach the mines, which isn't too surprising. No game hits store shelves as big as originally envisioned. There's always a compromise between business and creativity, especially in the AAA industry, but the fact these stamps made it into the game at all makes me think it was cut pretty late in development, which isn't too surprising either given how tumultuous the whole production was. Tomb Raider was primarily developed by by 6 people: Toby Gard, Paul Douglas, Neil Boyd, Heather Stevens, then Gibson, Jason Gosling, and Gavin Rummery, along with producer Jeremy Heath-Smith, writer Vicky Arnold, and Martin Iverson and Nathan McCree doing sound and music. Megan Marie's 20 Years of Tomb Raider is, to put it delicately, selective with its sources when describing the first game's development, but still nonetheless captures the collaborative, experimental nature of the production. At least one design bible was written. Paul Douglas even posted it to social media a few years back, but it was more of a guideline than a strict set of rules. Ideas and mechanics were thrown in and then ripped out as the strengths and limitations of the engine came into focus. Dynamite is one such mechanic that ended up on the cutting room floor, alongside Lara's ponytail, which proved too great a cost to render alongside the massive open levels. And diagonal walls also got the chop due to issues with collision, though they're still visible in the alpha version floating around the internet. The team was given the creative freedom to make the game they wanted, and that's how we ended up with franchise icons like Croft Manor, and even Lara herself. I think it's a little disingenuous of the book to claim Tomb Raider featured gaming's first leading lady when Samus was spinning through alien tunnels in Metroid a full decade earlier, but having Lara Croft as the protagonist did certainly set the title apart from most of its peers. Having a heroine without also having the option to play as a hero was pretty rare back in the 90s. Lara Croft wasn't even Lara Croft to begin with. She was a South American mercenary by the name of Laura Cruz, who was herself originally envisioned as yet another bland white dude before Core's toes began sweating over a potential lawsuit given the obvious similarities to Indiana Jones. 20 Years of Tomb Raider takes Jeremy Heath-Smith's side when quoting him as saying, quote, "It was really the technology, to be honest with you, that grasped us all before it was the character. So the technology led the character as much as people want to say it was the character. That's a load of bollocks. It was always the tech," end quote. But the sense I get from the sources I've read is that the two emerged like a pair of protoplanets that slowly circled each other around the sun until they smashed together into the finished product we're familiar with today. The limitations of the engine informed Lara's movements and animations, while the pulpy adventure plot framework informed level design and encounter pacing. In a live stream about the remastered version, Gavin Rummery even revealed that Palace Midas, Sistine, and Tomb of Teokan were originally meant to be a single level, and went on to say that if you look at the original game files, each of the maps followed by a letter were intended to be a single mission, but that creative freedom to iterate with the technology, the story, and the interaction between the two also came at a cost. I must not have been the only one to notice 20 Years of Tomb Raider's sanitized version of the first game's development, since around the same time, Wesley Yin-Poole published a retrospective article about the franchise for Eurogamer, and the picture he paints is not nearly as flattering. Quote, "The development of the first Tomb Raider was brutal, with most of the team working long into the night and at weekends. This had little to do with arguments or issues with technology, more to do with meeting the deadline set in place by Eidos and agreed to by Jeremy Heath-Smith. Tomb Raider simply had to come out for Christmas 1996. Tomb Raider's developers each dealt with the punishing work schedule in different ways. Some stayed at the office long into the night, others drove home and continued to work from there." End quote. Yin-Poole recounts one particularly sharp point of contention between Heath-Smith and the rest of the Tomb Raider team as when he signed a deal with Sega to have the game out on the Saturn prior to any other platform. Quote, "This meant that the team had to deliver the finished game 6 weeks before they had expected to. Can you do it?" Heath-Smith asked. "This did not go down well. We said no," Rummery remembers. He went, "Yeah, but it's a really good deal. I really need it to happen. Can you do it? No. We went round that circle 3 or 4 times. Suddenly we had to work like crazy loons. We had 4.5 months, then we had 3 months." End quote. To this, Heath-Smith said, quote, "That's how we ran the business at the time." End quote. Unlike now, when things are so much better, don't look at that. They were being horny, you all saw it. The crunch was so bad that Gavin Rummery admitted in that live stream that to get texture art, they were just borrowing books from their local library and scanning pictures to use in the game. Cause crunch culture would only get worse as the series grew in popularity, according to another article by Richard Moss for Ars Technica. But the production troubles on the first game would climax with the falling out of Toby Gard and Paul Douglas from the rest of the team due to Eidos's handling of Tomb Raider's marketing. Gard wanted complete control over the game's marketing, but according to numerous testimonies, wasn't even given a foot in the door. Eidos put the focus on Lara Croft, turning her from the character she's portrayed as in the game to more of a sexy selling point for the then predominantly male teenage audience. She even got her name on the box. It helped make the game a hit, not that you'd know it from how carefully 20 years of Tomb Raider dances around the whole issue, but it also alienated its original creator. Toby Gard didn't like what the suits upstairs were doing with his creation. He didn't want to work on a sequel given the game was meant to be self-contained. And so, after a few months of fuming around the office, he left. He even tried to take the rest of the team with him, but ultimately only Paul Douglas joined him, leaving Heather Stevens, Neil Boyd, and Gavin Rummery behind to work on what would become Tomb Raider 2. Jeremy Heath-Smith, who took a chance on Gard and brought him onto Core, seems to have taken the whole thing quite personally. Quote, "I said, listen Toby, I'm now your dad, okay? Now, as your father, I'm telling you, this is simply the worst mistake you'll ever make. He was citing creative differences, and he didn't agree with the marketing, which was all a load of old bollocks. To this day, I don't think Toby really knows why he left." End quote. He and the rest of the team tried to get him to stay, but they ultimately failed, and as a result, Gard lost out on the Tomb Raider money he would have otherwise received had he remained. Not that I can really blame him. In his position, I probably would have done the same. Ultimately, it seems like an exacerbated symptom of the already existing problems at Core. The Tomb Raider team was given creative freedom to make what they wished in an extremely volatile, high-pressure environment. Every experiment was paid for in hours of crunch to meet an arbitrary deadline, which was surely bad enough for everyone involved, but certainly for Gard as team lead. But at least they had creative control, right? So it's no wonder the second Gard faced any sort of creative pushback. It was like striking a match in a room full of explosive gas. The fact Tomb Raider still turned out as well as it did, in spite of these issues, is a testament to the skills of the developers, and their right to be proud of the finished product. When it finally did release, it reviewed really well. Anyway, if you're interested in a more detailed look at Tomb Raider's development, Large Michael's video on the subject will definitely scratch that itch, and if you want to know all the juicy gossip about the sequels, Macro Style has got you covered too, as does Yin Pool's article, which might be the definitive account of the series' rise and fall. Eidos could have at least given the dev team invites to the launch party though. Quote, "We saw all these pictures of these journalists having a jolly in the desert by the pyramids, and we were all sat there thinking, you bastards, we didn't get any of that." End quote. Nor does Lara, really. Tomb Raider's take on Atlantis doesn't exactly come out of nowhere, given how fleshy the mutants you've been fighting the last few levels have been, but it's still a shock to run through the front door and be met with a slow and steady heartbeat, rather than the clank and whir of modern machinery. Every tomb you've raided throughout the game has been old and cold and dead, left to gather the dust of ages, but Atlantis burns hot as hell. It's alive and awake, and its immune system wants Lara gone. It's also able to sidestep that issue I spoke about with Natla's Mines regarding familiar modern-day settings in the classic Tomb Raider style by being so far advanced in terms of technology that it's impossible to tell what any given chamber you travel through is actually for, especially when you layer on the tens of thousands of years of disrepair the pyramid has suffered through while waiting for Natla's return. It's just a a fantastic setting for the game's climax, an environmental spectacle that works despite the lack of overall setup because it leans into Tomb Raider's tone, rather than pulling away for some random grind across the rail of absurdity. It's such a course correction that Atlantis is able to wash the bad taste of Natla's mines right out. Almost. Even if mechanically, it's one of the most linear of any chapter in the game. That goes for the Great Pyramid as well. Both are closer to obstacle courses like Tomb of Teokan than the intricate puzzle boxes of Palace Midas or the Obelisk of Kharmoon. What prevents Atlantis from coming off as a straight run of corridors is the fact the whole map is anchored around the chamber in the very centre of the pyramid. The climbable obelisk has been a bit of a running theme throughout the game with the Tower of Bats and the Big Lad in Kharmoon, both of which subtly connect each chapter to Atlantis through shared architecture, but the one here is inverted. The obelisk is empty space you climb around, rather than a tangible object you climb up or down. You start off at the bottom looking up at the platforms above, and every few rooms the map will loop you back around to it one level up, which gives the whole mission a sense of progression that Tomb Raider's other linear sections really don't. Each return to the central chamber brings you closer to the top of the pyramid, and usually throws you into another fight with a flying Atlantean for good measure. The platforms here are so small that the fights are genuinely pretty intense, especially if they actually manage to touch down beside you. This one that throws a steel jaw trap into the middle of things to block off an easy getaway might be a little too cruel, but I found it to be exhilarating. Every return to the central chamber was, and when you finally near the top and see the big platform by the ceiling, it feels like a genuine accomplishment, a proper mechanical climax that matches both the tone and the stakes of the situation. The challenge rooms the game sends you through between each trip to the central chamber don't make it easy either. Tomb Raider actually adds a little mechanical complexity to the enemy encounters in the final two levels by placing Atlantean mutants in these big phlegmy eggs, some of which will come alive and burst open if you get too close. You can always tell which ones are active at a quick glance. The fleshy tubes holding them to the walls will flex if the mutant's ready to pop out and attack, but just because an egg is dormant doesn't mean it'll stay that way. Pulling levers and progressing puzzles will draw them from their slumber, like here right off your first run through the central chamber. The egg underneath the platform will pop on your leap across, and if you haven't already found the lever to open the door out of the room, you're going to have to deal with a very angry flying Atlantean. The level even frames an entire chamber around the mechanic by throwing you 5 switches to open 3 doors, 2 of which will just wake up the many mutants hanging from the walls. There are still just as many enemies already out and about waiting to ambush you. This chamber with a jagged spine of rock rising out of the lava is a veritable clown car of mutants. Every time you turn a corner, it feels like another one's taking potshots at Lara from some hidden corner of the room. It's also an excellent example of a jumping puzzle. The difficulty curve has now reached such extreme heights that the sort of, I think I could jump to that platform level design previously reserved for secrets in the early game is now the norm. Just about every jump in this chamber is a Hail Mary, made at awkward angles onto or from sloped narrow platforms that seem like they're 1 degree off from sending Lara into the pool of lava below. One room has you face down 2 flying Atlanteans at the top of a slope that might as well throw you into a meat grinder if you step onto it. Other areas rely on time to do you in. This section, where you leap across the exterior of the pyramid, requires you to do so quickly, because the door won't stay open forever once you pull the lever in the water below. It's another pretty simple run of jumps, but the game ratchets up the tension by adding in boulders to avoid on top of the time limit, turning it into a mad rush to reach the end without the inclusion of a single moving platform, which is not to say some of the platforms don't move. Another puzzle chamber requires you to keep pulling levers to shift the elevations of pillars above the pool of lava. You might still never actually see see them move, but it makes the level feel much more alive and dynamic than anywhere you've been before. It's the same with the traps, but in their case you actually do see them move. There's one point where pulling a lever will send a flood of lava down the tunnel after you rather than opening the door right beside it. It's a great bait and switch, especially since it's so unexpected, and the best part is, you don't even need to pull the lever. You can just climb out of the corridor through the hidden ledge right by the entrance. At another point, the level combines darts, a boulder run, and a set of steel jaws into a kind of mega trap. Atlantis even finds a fun way to make crate puzzles interesting. I know, it shouldn't be possible, but they did it. Somehow pushing this crate to block the path of a boulder so it can't roll in front of the exit is actually kind of clever. Though it helps you don't have to move it very far. Certainly not compared to some of the crate puzzles from previous levels. What's funny is that the extreme difficulty actually makes the secrets pretty easy to find. In fact, one of them may as well be necessary since it allows you to bypass a steel jaw trap right at the bottom of the central chamber. You'll want to get them anyway because you'll need the ammo. Like I said, the level is swarming with Atlantean monsters, but there are one or two moments of quiet where you can catch your breath, like the throne room, not far from your final leap through the central chamber. The room itself might be a bit small, but the thrones themselves more than make up for it. The things are giant, and while the monogrammed headrests might not be much, they do create a tangible connection to the early game chapters in Peru and Greece where you raided the tombs of Qualopec and Tiakan before you realised how high stakes the whole endeavour was. It's only a momentary reprieve, however, as you can't even leave the room before the pyramid gets right back to its old tricks. And not far from the throne room you come face to face with the only enemy in the game powerful enough to pose a threat to Lara Croft herself. The doppelganger fight is one of those moments like the T-Rex from Lost Valley that has become so associated with the series that the original shock of the boss battle has been largely lost across the intervening decades. On paper it shouldn't work. It should be just as jarring and just as absurd as Skater Boy and his underground lava-filled skate rink, but it's able to thread the needle between serious and silly to hit just the right sweet spot of memorably what the fuck. I suppose it helps that most players at the time probably weren't expecting to fight a skinless version of the player character that mirrors your every move. The living guts of the pyramid were sort of foreshadowed by how fleshy the Atlanteans are, and the run through a probably not Greek god's gastrointestinal tract back in Tomb of Tiakan, but this sort of cloning technology just comes out of nowhere. What's funny is that it is still kind of a shock even if you know it's coming. The chamber doesn't give off the vibe of a boss arena, and the two Atlanteans hanging out with the doppelganger will definitely draw your attention long before you realise there's something else in the room with you. It's only once they're dead that it becomes obvious that this is actually a boss fight, and I kind of love that. It's not a battle of brawn, however. The doppelganger can take more bullets than Lara can survive bone shards, but it's not actively hostile. You can walk right up to it and stare it down if you want, E.T. looking ass idiot. I know players at the time wanted Lara Croft to take it off, but this is ridiculous. Seems like this alien ate one too many times. I can't ask people money for that, fucking hell. You can even make the game have a meltdown if you jump them into each other, but it's not the way to defeat it. The doppelganger is a puzzle boss that can only be killed by dropping it down a hole into some lava. The lever to open the hatch is right beside the hole, and on a time limit, so once again, you have to be pretty fast. But it's probably one of the easier jumping puzzles in the game, and once you do drop the doppelganger into the lava, it's never mentioned again. Lara doesn't bring it up to Natla during their final confrontation, and nor does Natla gloat about being able to clone Lara. It just happens to you, and that's it. I think that's why it's such a memorable moment. It's so weird and uncommented upon that it sticks out in your mind. A T-Rex? Yeah, that fits the genre. A pyramid made of flesh? A bit of a shock, but not exactly out of nowhere. This fucking thing? Your guess is as good as mine. Past the doppelganger, you come to the very top of the pyramid. The level does a really good job of building the moment by having you open the door and arrange a bridge to cross this moat of lava blocking the way to the Scion's chamber. And once you get inside, you're greeted by one of the only pieces of moving terrain in the entire game. Sure, there have been environmental elements that have moved on screen before, like the crates and the drill in Natala's mines, but so far each one has always required some sort of interaction from the player to get going. The Scion moves on its own. The beating heart of the pyramid you've been climbing the whole level. Beyond it hangs a giant egg over the central chamber, which ties the whole journey up in a nice little bow. The platform you saw from below on the climb you now see from above, but you can't reach it, not yet. Touching the completed Scion causes another flashback, only instead of Atlantis' ultimate destruction at the hands of some natural disaster, you get to see the beginning of their downfall when the free rulers became two. It turns out the pod exposed in the nuclear test back in the opening cinematic contained none other than Jacqueline Natala, which isn't too much of a shock if you've been paying attention. It's the reason she ended up locked away for thousands of years that's the actual twist. The T-Poser 9000 wasn't intended as a means to survive Atlantis' destruction, but as a prison. So it's a great irony that her imprisonment is what actually allowed her to survive into the present day, while Qualopec and Tiakan were both killed millennia ago. They have really cool designs too. They're like weird cyberpunk Adeptus Mechanicus looking dudes. A far cry from the raw red flesh of Natala and her mutants, and even the pyramid itself. They didn't have what it took to survive, but Natala did, and the second she escaped from the T-Pose realm, she got right back on her bullshit trying to take over the world.
Greet your eternal unrest, Natla!
You won't rest either, or your damned continent eaten death.
The second the flashback ends, she appears to confront Lara in what is actually a pretty tense scene. It feels appropriately climactic. Both Lara and the player finally have the full picture, understand the consequences of what failing to stop Natala will be for the world. Lara finally has a reason to oppose Natala beyond petty revenge for setting her up in Peru, and she approaches the situation with the same dry wit she's been using the whole game.
Back again.
And you? For a grand reopening, I assume.
Evolution's in a rut, natural selection at an all-time low. Shipping out fresh meat will incite territorial rages again. Will strengthen and advance us. Even create new breeds.
Kind of evolution on steroids, then.
A kick in the pants.
This whole sequence serves as Tomb Raider's narrative climax, and the game immediately follows it up with the mechanical climax too.
Hatching commences in 15 seconds.
Too late for abortions now.
Not without the heart of the operation.
No!
10. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1.
The Great Pyramid is the game's final level, and it begins with a boss fight against a giant malformed Atlantean monster. The thing doesn't actually have a proper name. Some places call it the Giant Atlantean, others call it Adam due to a Japanese guide referring to it as such. Another name for it is the Abortion, which feels appropriate. The thing clearly isn't ready, but that doesn't mean it can't kill Lara if she's not careful. The boss arena is open, but the creature itself is so big that it feels claustrophobic, and one wrong step can send you plummeting back down the central chamber of the pyramid to the pool of lava below. It's dangerous to stay close to the edge, but it's just as risky to get right up next to the thing because it will not hesitate to grind Lara into paste across the platform. It actually has a pretty infamous kill animation where it picks Lara up and throws her around like a child playing rough with a toy that is actually pretty disturbing, despite the comic book visual style. It's not the only enemy to have a special kill animation either. The Rex back in Lost Valley had one too, though it's nowhere near as horrific in tone. 16 years later in 2012, the Tomb Raider reboot would actually catch some flack for how violent and disturbing a lot of the kill animations and set pieces in that game would be. And, in fairness, they are a lot more intense when rendered in a, for the time at least, photorealistic style and drowned in gore. There's nothing really comic booky or campy about the sort of grotty shit the 2013 title was dancing around either, but the shift didn't come out of nowhere. They've been an aspect of the franchise from the very beginning, and they've always been a little disturbing too. Unfortunately, the spectacle of the boss, and the swell of the music, and the panic of being thrown straight into a fight are the best parts of the battle. Mechanically, all you have to do is strafe circle around the giant Atlantean until it dies, and stand far enough away from it when it does, so the exploding pieces don't toss Lara right off the side of the platform. The arena is littered with Uzi ammo just in case you need a top-up as well. Once I got my footing in the fight, the boss barely ever got off a single attack. It just spent the whole battle dragging itself across the platform in pursuit of Lara. It's a clunky fight, especially when you consider the level transition switches your equipped weapon back to the pistols rather than keeping it as whatever it was before. But it works, and it leads directly into the platforming climax too. The climb back down to the Scion's chamber isn't too bad. It's about the same intensity as the previous level, a series of traps and platforms strung together as close as the game can get them, including a couple more crate puzzles for the road. But once you get back to the Scion, all that changes. Whatever the artifact might be worth, you can't take it with you. Lara knows it, you know it too. This thing doesn't belong in a display case in a museum, or a crate in a warehouse, or even some tidy corner of Croft Manor. Lara, what are you doing? It belongs in the fires of the lava pit at the bottom of the pyramid, but blasting it to pieces is the next best thing. Destroying the Scion kills the pyramid. Suddenly, everything starts to shake. You can hear boulders and boxes crashing around out of sight, and the map starts to fall apart. The Atlanteans try to stop Lara on her way out, but the damage is already done. It's only a matter of time before the whole thing comes down on top of Lara, so you'd better get going. I swear I remember there being an actual time limit on this level once you destroy the Scion too. Something I heard years and years ago, but I couldn't find anything about it online, so I guess I just made it the fuck up. Either way, thought I'd miss you acting unwise up the back. I'm onto you, I'm in your walls. And so is Lara. Not like that. Climbing back down the way you came is going to take too long, so instead you descend into the walls of the pyramid, into the places no one was ever meant to actually go. And it's the wildest run of platforming and traps in the game. I especially love how you enter it by climbing down through the moat outside the Scion's chamber. But once you're in the walls, you don't have time to see the sights. Every chamber you've just got to keep moving to leap past axes or outrun boulders or build up enough momentum to jump from a collapsing platform at the right angle before it sends you crashing into the void below. There are spikes and pits everywhere, firewalls that don't turn off this time, you have to jump around them, and even the health pickups turn into traps along the way. The boulders come at you so fast, you've only got a second or two to decide whether you try to outrun them or let them pass. It's fucking madness, and this part in particular I think is absolutely bullshit, but it's undeniably exciting. What it isn't is very long. Levels could start running you upwards of an hour the second you reached Greece, but the Great Pyramid is over in about 20 minutes. The second you reach this axe positioned over a collapsing platform, you're at the end of the obstacle course. You've taken one hell of a shortcut to get back down to the bottom of the pyramid, though if you manage to land the jump and keep on going, you'll find yourself one last sneaky secret with some pretty unnecessary pickups. The secret's really worth getting because it allows you to swan dive into the single block-sized pool below, just as a final fuck you to Natla and the Atlanteans. And if you don't, 10 million years fridge. The pool leads you to the final room of the game, but you're not alone. Natla's back, and she's pissed, though like every human enemy, she's no match for Lara's sick flips by this point. Even with a pair of wings, it doesn't take much to bring her down. Not that it stops her for very long.
You can't bump off me and my brood so easy, Lara.
A few moments after you kill her the first time, she's back up for round 2. Only this time, she doesn't even have a weird little guy with wings to rely on. Natla goes down with so little fanfare that Lara doesn't even give her the dignity of a witty retort. She just guns her down and keeps on moving. It's very much keeping in character, and it's a fitting end to Natla's grandiose ambitions. All this time, all that effort, all this money spent trying to take over the world, only to be shot dead as an afterthought on the heroine's way out. No different from any of her henchmen. There are no traps on the climb up this final room. It's just a victory lap of jumps that ends with a long slide out of the pyramid to freedom. The game closes with a largely wordless cinematic where Lara escapes on Natla's boat while the pyramid explodes like 4 times for some reason. Each one more destructive than the last. Just as well she didn't take her time with Natla, I guess. There's no epilogue or denouement. Job's done, world saved, tombs raided. That's credits, baby. And that's really all you needed back in 1996. Later titles would put much greater emphasis on plot, but here in the original Tomb Raider, mechanics are still very much the focus. What story the game has is functional. It hits all the right beats in the right order, it does a good job of creating some mystery about Natla and the Scion and Atlantis, and it's surprisingly deft at integrating the narrative into the gameplay through unexpected boss fights or set pieces that come as close to cinematic as the hardware of the time would allow. It's got a great sense of pacing. The plot knows when to speak up and when to go quiet, and even if some of the levels definitely outstay their welcome, the story never really does. It's the glue that holds the whole experience together. Without the story providing context and motivation, I don't think Tomb Raider would shine quite as bright. A lot of that has to do with Lara Croft, who is a magnetic presence throughout. But it helps that Natla is an equally charismatic antagonist. Tomb Raider doesn't just have an identity crisis, it has a villain problem. So many of Tomb Raider's antagonists are forgettable also-rans, at least from the titles I've played. It's endlessly fascinating to me how this franchise is able to make characters who should be interesting dull as dishwater in execution. The villain of the second game is a mafia boss who turns into a fucking dragon and I can't even remember his name. Marco something? Don't even get me started on Trinity and its conveyor belt of soggy cardboard cutouts from Rise and Shadow come the 2010s. The villainesses tend to fare a little better. Amanda from Legends is pretty fun. Himiko from 2013 was great. But far out, compared to other video game franchises, Tomb Raider is starved of interesting antagonists. Jacqueline Natala might be the one and only exception, and I think it's because she's everything that Lara isn't. She's loud and brash where Lara is quiet and reserved. Her wealth and power are the result of her own hard work as a businesswoman, at least in the present day of the plot, while Lara's is inherited. She's old and unattractive where Lara is young and beautiful. She has people to do her dirty work while Lara acts alone. She's focused on the future while Lara's only interested in the past. She's dressed for business while Lara is dressed for action. She's also 7 feet tall for some reason, Jesus Christ. The only similarity shared between her and Lara is that they're doing the things they do simply because they can. That, and both women are ruthless in the pursuit of their goals. Natla also has the honourable distinction of being the only one of Tomb Raider's antagonists to appear in all 3 main timelines, even if it was only by implication and mistake in the most recent one. She's the villain here. She more or less hijacks the Legends trilogy from Amanda in Underworld, and in the original ending of Shadow of the Tomb Raider, she sends Lara an offer she can't refuse, at least until it was patched out the day of release. She's the only one of Lara's foes with actual staying power, and this despite appearing for only about 5 minutes here in the original game. The same is true of Larson and Pierre, though to a lesser extent. Larson looms large thanks to his very aggressive accent and sudden appearances throughout the game, and Pierre sticks with you because he basically handcuffs himself to you in St. Francis's Folly and refuses to leave until the end of Tomb of Tearkhan. The 3 Stooges who replace them for Natla's mines don't even really compare. They show up, and then just as quickly drop dead. The most memorable thing about any of them is Skater Boy's pose when he first appears. Every time I see it, I'm just like, that's a weird pose. There's no joke here. It's just odd. So, while editing the video, I've realised he's actually holding Lara at gunpoint. It's just really hard to see because of the compression and the lighting. Still very funny though. Their sudden introduction at the end of the second act is indicative of those cuts I mentioned a while back though. Tomb Raider wasn't meant to launch a franchise. From what I've read, it was meant to be a standalone title. That's the reason why it is so fiercely self-contained. Not only does it tie up every dangling plot thread by the ending cinematic, but it leaves very little room for expansion. It seems very weird to imagine Tomb Raider without Winston, but there it is. He was only introduced in the sequel. The plan was to throw in every idea and do it right in one go, and that becomes a lot more apparent when you read through the early design bible from December 1994 Paul Douglas posted to social media a while back. That thing had Lara going absolutely everywhere. If there exists a place on Earth where you can find ancient ruins, then this iteration of Tomb Raider would have stopped by for a look around, with the one notable exception of Rome. But Egypt, Jordan, Cambodia, Peru, Crete, all of Asia, it was all in there, and they each had their own pieces of the artifact to find too. Ultimately, the Asian sections got the chop here, but they'd make their way into one sequel or another, and Petra, I guess, was towing the line a little too close to Indiana Jones. Otherwise, the locations ended up in the final product more or less intact, if shuffled around a bit. What's incredible is that Jacqueline Natla wasn't the villain of this earlier version of the game. Instead, Willard Sterling would have been Lara's foe, though according to the design document, he and Natla would have shared their supernatural origins. In fact, there was meant to be a whole section of the game set in Sterling's lair, which I'm honestly glad doesn't have an equivalent chapter in the final release, unless you count Natla's mines. And between then and the final release, another main bad guy was added and then cut. One Colonel Arthur Hamilton Graves, who apparently survived long enough to be included in at least one pre-rendered cinematic before he got the boot in favour of Natla. So it seems like it was just sheer dumb luck that she turned out as well as she did, and honestly, Lara is no different. Laura Cruz just doesn't strike me as superstar material the way Lara Croft does, but I want to save the discussion of her character for last. Right now, I want to take a look at this. Angkor Wat? Villabumba? The Pyramid of Sirius? Shalbalha? Guys, I know it was the 90s, but come on. How is the only one you got right the one that appeared in Indiana Jones? No wonder you cut the level out in the final version. To be fair, Vilcabamba is located in Peru, and they did fix the name in time for release, so it's not like it's completely wrong, but where there are still mistakes, there are a lot of mistakes. Take the Greek chapter. There are no gorillas in Greece, there are no lions either, at least not anymore, and I've already dunked on the Tower of Bats, though at least 3 of the names are Greek. I want to make it clear I'm not upset about these mistakes. Core chose these places because they were cool, because they fit the story, and the fact there are so many errors only amplifies the cheesy pulpy comic book tone the game revels in. The dialogue, the framing of the cinematics, the story, the exotic ancient locations, it all feels like something out of an old issue of The Phantom. Plus, the mistakes don't really matter when the game is adding so much of its own weird mythology on top of the real-world legends that inspired it. Something I actually find pretty fun about the story from the 1994 design document is that Willard Sterling is defeated in the penultimate chapter, and it's his henchman, Laura Cruz's nemesis, Lars Kruger, who was presumably split into Larson and Pierre for the final release, who chases her throughout the final level. Elements of that would end up incorporated into Tomb Raider 2, but that is a discussion for another video. What I don't like is that the supernatural artifacts are just too out there for the kind of story Tomb Raider is trying to tell. It skews too hard into science fiction camp, in the same way Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull did, and indeed, the first two Tomb Raider films did too. Sterling turning out to be an ancient alien searching for the 5 pieces of the Kirkabite so he can harness the power of the cosmos or some garbage isn't strictly speaking that different from Natla turning out to be the only surviving ruler of Atlantis wanting to pick up her mad science experiments where she left off with the 3 pieces of the Scion, but only one actually fits into a pulpy action-adventure plot. Atlantis is probably the most famous mythological setting in the Western world, an island sunk beneath the waves by the gods for the hubris of its inhabitants. I don't know at what point it became common for the Atlantean civilization to be portrayed as highly advanced as well, but it only adds to the myth. It's such a striking image, and it shows up fucking everywhere. Forget adventure stories, it shows up in science fiction, in fantasy. It's almost impossible to get away from, and because it is so popular, it's been interpreted in just about every way under the sun. So the fact Tomb Raider was actually able to find a new angle on it is impressive, turning Atlantis from a shining beacon of lost progress to a flawed, fleshy hive of biomechanical nightmares actually gives its inclusion here in Tomb Raider some personality. It's a fantastic subversion of expectations, one that I don't think the series has ever matched. The only thing I think Tomb Raider is missing in terms of story is more of a denouement. I'm not even talking about something like a here we go again scene where Lara returns to Croft Manor and Winston says, "A man dropped by asking for help searching for an artifact in China. I think his name was Marco. He had a very forgettable face." Or anything like that. I mean like one final parting shot of Lara as she zooms away from the Atlantean pyramid aboard Natla's boat. Once she hops over the gunnel, you never see her again. You get more closure on Atlantis with the pyramid repeatedly exploding, which I still find very odd. I don't get it. Why does it do that? Maybe they just ran out of time to render another cinematic or something? I don't know. Though at least this version of the game has a definitive ending. I know I've said the game was intended to be standalone, but the 1994 design document actually ends on a cliffhanger with Laura Cruz lost on the other side of some extra-dimensional portal. And I just want to say, I'm really glad they didn't do that. Still, the ending we have just feels a little too abrupt. Thankfully, we have unfinished business to act as an epilogue. The expansion pack originally came bundled with Tomb Raider Gold when it released on PC, but for those who already owned the PC version, the levels were actually released for free, which is an interesting business strategy. I'm not quite sure why. The 4 levels are all pretty substantial. The whole thing is about 5 to 6 hours long. In it, Lara returns to both Egypt and Atlantis, and I have never heard anyone mention its existence once. I found so much media about the development of the original Tomb Raider. Online articles, magazine articles, interviews, documentaries, retrospectives. Megan Marie's book has over 10 pages dedicated dedicated to it, and rightfully so. Unfinished Business has a single paragraph and 4 concept sketches. Sorry, paragraph is really overselling it. This is all the book has to say about it. Quote, "The 4 new levels were designed at Eidos in America rather than at Core Design, so the Derby-based team could keep their eyes on the next release." End quote. Wow, very informative. Thank you. Otherwise, the only reason I knew it existed was because of pages for it on the Tomb Raider fan wiki. I did manage to dig up a handful of interviews with Philip Campbell, the guy who designed all the expansion packs for the original trilogy, about the development of Unfinished Business, but they were not a simple matter of punching some words into Google like I did for much of the other research material. I fell down rabbit holes into old forums linking pages to the Wayback Machine. It is surprisingly hard to find out anything about this expansion pack, or at least it was before the remaster came out, and now having played it, I understand why, because it's really not good. Unfinished Business is the reason why this project took so very long to come out. When I started playing Tomb Raider and fell in love with it back in 2022, I was hooked. I was ready to make the video. I even thought about making it before my Men in Black critique, because I was so obsessed with the game. And then I played Unfinished Business. My passion for the project flatlined, and onto the shelf it went for a year. When I picked it back up in 2023 and started playing through the game a second time to refamiliarize myself with everything, I fell back in love with it. I was hooked. Again. I was ready to make the video. I even thought about postponing the Lost World retrospective because I was so obsessed with the game, and then I watched through my recordings of Unfinished Business. Didn't even play it, just watched them to take notes. Didn't even finish watching them to take notes. My passion for the project flatlined, again, and back onto the shelf it went. When I picked it back up again now in 2025 and started playing through the base game a third time, it reignited my passion for the project. I began to wonder why I'd ever set it aside, because there was still so much to say, and then I played Unfinished Business again, and I realized, oh, you're the reason I keep dropping this video like a sack of shit. And I knew if I had to end with Unfinished Business, I'd drop the project yet again. So when it came time to record the remastered version, I actually did the expansion pack first, just so I'd have the base game to reward myself with once it was done. I still haven't finished watching those old recordings to take notes either. And if you're watching this, I think it might be a little late to start. Unfinished Business is an exhausting experience. Like if you took all the worst parts of Sistan, Tomb of Teokan, and Natla's Mines and ran them back to back to back to back. It comes from the age of actual expansion packs that needed actual content to justify the price tag and the big fancy box. So I understand why it's so large, I just wish it wasn't. The levels are framed as a pair of side adventures. The first 2, known as the Temple of the Cat, have Lara return to the city of Kharmoon in Egypt to investigate this striking statue. The second 2, also titled Unfinished Business, have Lara return to the ruins of Atlantis to hunt down and destroy Natla's few surviving mutants. The 2 are technically separate and don't really have any plot binding them together regardless, but one fun bit of trivia I did discover during my research is that they do have an intended order. Philip Campbell wanted the 2 Atlantean levels to come first, but the original release flipped it so that the player started in Egypt instead. The 2024 remaster would actually restore Campbell's intended vision. If you play Unfinished Business now, you'll begin in Atlantis instead, which is sort of cool, but also I think is the wrong choice. Eidos was right to flip the levels around. Return to Egypt is just a better introductory level than Atlantean Stronghold, though in my opinion it's still a matter of comparing 2 turds. I want to put on record now that I don't think Philip Campbell is a bad level designer. He's got a knack for cinematic flair and striking imagery, to the point that some of Tomb Raider's most memorable moments are in Unfinished Business, but he's also spitefully cruel in a way no part of the base game ever was, for which he is quite unrepentant. And you know what? To each their own. I know Unfinished Business has its fans. I'm glad it has its audience, but I can't stand these levels. Tomb Raider often encouraged exploration. Unfinished Business actively punishes it. Tomb Raider always gave you a fair chance of escaping a trap. Unfinished Business will not hesitate to throw you into an instant kill scenario that you cannot see coming in advance. Tomb Raider understood restraint in encounter design. Unfinished Business wallows in excess, and that's true from the opening moments of Return to Egypt all the way to the end credits. Like here, where a big cat attacks you in a field of spikes. They're safe to walk between, but running through them will drain your health faster than Lara can draw her pistols. The second the music starts to play, and that cat starts slinking across the field, you better hope you can bring it down before it knocks you into an instant fail state. There is a shotgun to find earlier in the level, but if you missed it on your way here, then I genuinely don't know how you're meant to get through the encounter. This sort of fight is definitely at the very tippy top of the difficulty curve, but it's also something the base game never threw at the player because it's on the wrong side of cruel. In fairness, it is optional, as is everything the cat is guarding. The only thing it leads to is a secret, but again, that just disincentivizes exploration in a game built around that whole mechanic. Something you can't avoid in Return to Egypt is this chamber, which features the introduction of what I can only describe as anti-secrets, at least in this configuration. Not as in the game forces you to find them. A couple of them, like this one, are mandatory, others aren't. It's more like the opposite of a nice surprise. Whenever you find a secret, it's always like, ooh, look at all this ammo, look at all these medkits, what a lovely present. But when you find an anti-secret, it's like, oh fuck, what now? If that old monk knew about anti-secrets, he'd be writing out, my fingers turn to dust with delight, or some shit, I don't know. The point is, you don't want to find them. They even come with their own little jingle, a slowed down version of the actual secret music, and the second you hear that, without even knowing the context, you know it's bad news. This is the first time you hear it in Return to Egypt, and it's not just there to taunt you about the big cat it spawned in behind Lara's back. It's here to herald another aspect of level design Unfinished Business takes a liking to, the life or death gamble. The chamber ahead of you has collapsed, and there are 3 slopes leading down to the next area, but in order to reach it, you have to jump a line of spikes running across the floor. Sounds easy, right? Except only 2 of the slopes can actually be survived. The other one leads to certain death, and the couple that don't outright kill you have to be taken completely blind. The slope on the left is easiest. It more or less drops you right by the exit. The right slope requires a jump or 2 to escape, but it is doable. The middle slope will just send you into a spike pit, and that just feels needlessly sadistic. Doubly so when you consider you have to go through the chamber again from the opposite side after finding an actual proper secret, which itself can only be reached by letting the cat play among the spikes. It's hardly the only kill box Unfinished Business will throw you into on the way to or from a secret either. Think fast. Tomb Raider did such a good job of drawing the player into out-of-the-way areas that felt like little secret nooks, but were actually very important. By contrast, Unfinished Business is very skilled at luring the player into areas that feel important, but are actually completely pointless. It's like staring down a dingy, dirty alley cloaked in shadow with some obscene graffiti promising treasure at the other end. It's obvious bait, and you learn quickly to ignore it, because if you do still stubbornly decide to go secret hunting, you can accidentally drop yourself into a hidden chamber with like 20 crocodiles. It's undeniably funny to watch them while hanging from the ledge above. The way the sound effects layer over one another is great, but there's no way you're actually going to beat them in a fight without a lot of luck and some fancy footwork. The only way out of the encounter is to hope they shove Lara out the other side back down to an earlier hallway, or you find your way to it after releasing them as part of a trap elsewhere in the level. Letting the crocodiles out is entirely optional too. This trap has nothing to do with actual progress. It's just a joke played on you for picking up the magnums, and probably a fatal one at that. I didn't even run into the crocodile trap on my replay to refamiliarize myself with the expansion pack. I just remembered it was there from the hours I spent trying to get it to do something from my original run back in 2022. Because you don't just toss that in as a joke, or at least you shouldn't, and this is all just in Return to Egypt. It's frustrating because there are parts of the level that are actually really good. It begins with an amazing drop from this golden chamber into the flooded ruins of Kharmoon from the base game, and it's fantastic. It's an unexpected reunion made greater than the simple recycling of an old map through the use of water. It's also the only time you actually go through content from Tomb Raider in unfinished business, and it gives the impression that you're finally free to explore the rest of the city that was before only alluded to. The flooded chambers also give the impression that the destruction of the Scion affected every Atlantean outpost, not just the Great Pyramid. It's not all old material either. The map's been given a makeover with these cool feline decals, plus it's not long before you come across an actual skybox. I think that's why Eidos chose to flip the order of levels. It's such a little improvement, but it adds so much to the experience. Sure, the sky is still made of the same blocks every part of the level is, and you can see the stars painted onto them, corners and all, if you climb up high enough to give them a little tickle, but it's still really cool. Getting to look up at the night sky creates an entirely different mood from the base game. It adds a little whimsy back into the atmosphere, to say nothing of the cat statues watching you throughout. Tomb Raider rarely hit the player with camera cuts outside of special circumstances, but unfinished business is much more comfortable ripping control away from the player to show off a statue watching Lara from some seemingly unreachable perch. One of the first in the level is actually a 1-2 punch of both the sky and a statue transforming into a big cat. This is what I mean about unfinished business being more cinematic. In one of those rare sources I found about the expansion pack, Campbell explained the statues were meant to be evocative of the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland, drawing Lara deeper into Kharmoon's web of traps and hidden secrets, and I think he was successful. It does feel like you're being taunted, like you're being watched. He further elaborated in a live stream that each of the puzzle chambers in the Egyptian levels are based on one of the Egyptian gods, which is really cool. What's interesting is that most of the cat statues can actually be reached. In fact, you have no choice with some of them, despite how seemingly out of bounds they appear to be. There are even some trap gauntlets I think the level does well, like these free parallel boulder runs that just won't stop dropping rocks, or at least it feels that way. The chamber below plays around with light in a way the base game never did either. A passageway is hidden in complete darkness, but there is a patch of light to indicate its existence if you turn far enough to look. These elements are unfinished business at its best, experimental and fun in ways the base game wasn't, and it's almost enough to make you forget how awful the rest of the experience is, to the point that in an earlier draft of this script, I actually said the expansion pack was good and worth playing. I can't even blame myself for thinking that, because these moments are great. Take this mummy drop at the end of Return to Egypt, or this moment right at the start of Temple of the Cat, where you can see another Atlantean skulking behind a fence, but neither of you can actually touch each other. There's another incredible horror set piece in this very same hallway where a side area contains some pickups and a mummy locked behind a lever. Pulling it exposes the lot, but the mummy won't wake up until you go to take the items. The lever also opens the way to the already active mummy prowling around on the other side of the fence. So if you ignore the obvious bait and do a little exploring, you can avoid getting jumped in a tight space and get the magnums in the process. It's ruined a little by the fact two big cats spawning quietly behind you, but hey, that's hardly unexpected by this point. The eponymous temple is great too, an inverted pyramid covered with keys and moving cat carvings. It's such a departure from the static environments of the base game, even if finding the 5 keys is a basic puzzle puzzle by comparison. Hiding one of them back the way you came is as complex as it gets. Plus, the puzzle chambers it leads to are extremely hit or miss. This water maze is a lot of fun, but the timing is tight if you miss the air pocket in the central chamber. It's obvious why the base game never really indulged in anything similar. But this claustrophobic run of slopes and spikes and that panel puzzle chamber hiding a fight with two Atlanteans can fuck off. I'm so sick of these tight spaces, even if they look good. I feel the same way about the maze earlier in the level where you get chased by a cat in the dark, and this colossal chamber that hides its corners through uniform colour and bright lights, and this overgrown garden, and this big outdoor area. All very nice to look at, in ways very different from the beauty of the base game, but all exhausting to play, especially the giant chamber, since it's full of instant kill traps that cannot be escaped once they catch you, on top of an anti-secret that will spawn in a mummy behind Lara's back to throw you into hell anyway, even if you manage to avoid falling for the fatal slopes. By the time you reach the level's end, the design has grown so sadistic that it's not even hiding its instant death traps. At one point you come to a room with 3 locked doors. 2 of them look normal, but one is topped with skulls. It's another obvious bait, and if you try to call its bluff, it'll just drop you into a pit of spikes with a smug, "I warned you." This chamber also contains a secret door that leads to a room filled with crates in some sort of Sokoban puzzle. Why? If you actually manage to get past that obvious death trap, Temple of the Cat ends with one last encounter with a statue, only this one's the size of a building. It's got a fun design. I love the use of spikes for teeth, and Croft mana carpet for the tongue, and it's great that you get to jump all over it. But there are mummies and leopards hidden everywhere, and it's still just exhausting. I don't know how else to describe unfinished business. It's just so much, and it takes so long, and you have to be wary of every step you make because it's so cruel in its design that it's just draining. Putting a mummy on top of the cat's head is cruel. Putting a hard-to-see hole in the cat's mouth is cruel. The long camera pullback to a normal-sized statue at the level's end is great, actually, but by that point I was too crushed to care. But the Temple of the Cat's greatest sin I've saved for last. Eventually you'll come to a chamber with the Uzis presented to you on a pedestal. The only catch? The walls are literally lined with mummies. 8 of them, more than you've ever encountered at any other point in the game, expansion pack or not. The door out of the area is shut, and the lever to open it is down the bottom of the ramp, and you know what's coming. We've all seen this meme before. No, not that one. This one. The second you pull it, the mummies are going to wake up, and sure enough they do, but not all of them. Only 2 will activate if you pull the lever, which isn't that bad, but here's where the encounter gets insidious. There are pickups down the bottom of the ramp too. Some ammo, a medkit, and stopping to grab them will activate more mummies. You can end up on the receiving end of 6 whole entire mummies at the same time, and it sucks. The new set of Uzis won't do shit when you're getting trampled into the sand. The only way to survive is to flee to higher ground, and if you do, the lot will just fuck off in an attempt to coax you back down. Getting through the encounter is an exercise in tedium. There's a reason why the base game never threw more than 3 of the things at you at a time. A single one was capable enough of bullying Lara into the grave on its own. 6 is just taking the piss. And yeah, it is technically optional, but it's still needlessly sadistic. What's wild is that it's not even the most frustrating part of unfinished business, but it is the absolute nadir of the Egyptian section of the expansion pack. I'll give it this though, it definitely looks good. The whole game does. You'd think the contrast between the blocky proportions of the levels and the more cartoonish designs of Lara and her enemies would create a disconnect in the game's visual style, but the quality and colours of the textures manage to bridge the gap to prevent either from feeling out of place. Even the environments don't adhere to a strict grid system the way something like Minecraft does. There are slopes and angles all over the place that stop things from getting too obviously cubic, and blocks are permitted to overlap and intersect to form hills and cave walls and cliff faces. It's abstracted to such a degree that it actually complements the pulpy style of the character models. Lara's bust is just a big green trapezoid. There's nothing to actually suggest a pair of breasts beyond a little shading in the textures, but the fact there are barely any curved or rounded objects in the environment either helps sell the fiction that she's got great boobs. You better be fucking looking respectfully right now, because it's the same with her rear end. Lots of shading to give the impression of a sculpted ass, rather than the thing itself. Who's that being horny up the back? Straight to jail. What's funny is that there isn't much detail elsewhere on Lara's model. She's got bits of shading in her hair, and her backpack, and her boots, and she's got painted on abs to go with her painted on face, but otherwise she's just a run of flat colours. Her face does change while firing a weapon. In fact, she gets so cross that it inverts her hair textures too for some reason, but it's not something you're likely to notice a lot of the time. What's funnier is that Lara is the exception when it comes to detail rather than the rule. A lot of the environments are incredibly detailed with flowing textures that create seamless tableaus of rock walls or ancient ruins. It's able to convey the spray from river rapids and lava flows, and employs stark colours to create contrasts between what are otherwise very similar environments. A ruin is a ruin is a ruin, but there's an obvious difference between the blue and gold of Egypt, and the angry red and white of Atlantis, and the verdant greens of Peru. The only outlier is Greece, which is just kind of dull and grey a lot of the time, though it too isn't without its explosions of colour. It helps that there are few repeated textures between environments either. Only Atlantean red pops up regularly, and usually only at the very end of each chapter. There's a lot of sand too, though that's not entirely unexpected, and at least it stands out. Like all the best fully 3D games of the era, Tomb Raider suggests a space rather than perfectly recreates it, and the end result is actually pretty evocative of the real thing, even if the blocks do overwhelm everything occasionally. The character models are just as good, though in a very different way. They're just as detailed texture-wise. You can almost feel the leathery bumps on the back of the crocodiles or the wet flesh of the mutants, but are cartoony in style rather than abstract. It's especially true of enemy faces. They all have fierce glowing eyes and big jaws full of exaggerated sharp teeth that just feel more idiosyncratic and stylistic than evocative of the real animals. Of course, the more fantastical the enemies get, the less it really matters, and at least they all adhere to a consistent visual style. Where they differ is movement. The environments are largely static, while the enemies never stop moving, and that was the right call. If the environments moved with the same dynamic fluidity of the character animations, it would only draw attention to how blocky everything is, while if you ever catch an enemy before it's active, it only brings into focus how artificial the whole experience can be. The objects and knickknacks that litter every environment go a long way in making them feel a little less abstract too. Without them, the levels would come off as a bit too obviously fake, even if they sometimes get in the way more than I'd like. Something that I find interesting is that most of the smaller bits of decor are 2D sprites rather than 3D models like the big sarcophaguses and statues. It doesn't matter if they're just a bit of furniture or an actual pickup, they're not breaking the third dimension, at least not outside the inventory screens, which just raises more questions, but I don't know, maybe it was down to how much they could render on screen at once. It's a careful balancing act with the environments at one end of the seesaw, enemies at the other, and Lara standing in the middle, keeping the two level. She has the smoothest animations out of any character in the game, and the fact they rarely get in the way of actually controlling her is a feat of programming skill given the technology of the time. What? have I been saying about acting unwise? Anyway, the point is the controls might be a little slow and clunky, but Lara herself isn't. She's graceful in everything she does, whether that's doing a handstand for style on the edge of a block, or leaping through the air while fighting for her life. There is a reason she became a sex symbol after all. In terms of sound, Tomb Raider is a little more restrained. Most of the time, all you'll hear is howling wind through the empty halls of some long-forgotten ruin beneath Lara's footsteps and a grunts of effort. Music is reserved for big set-piece moments, whether that means a jumping puzzle, a sudden fight, or your first glimpse at some impressive bit of scenery. Which I think is a shame, because what music the game does have is really good. It perfectly fits the vibe of a pulpy adventure tale, and captures Lara's adventurous spirit as well as the underlying danger of the job. The main theme is iconic for a reason, it's perfect. It just sucks that the track you'll probably hear most often is the jingle that plays whenever you find a secret. And don't get me wrong, it's a great jingle. But it's not this. Nate McCree did an amazing job with the soundtrack, but in its absence, the strange droning ambience creates a tone closer to horror than adventure. It doesn't help that most of the enemies are so quiet until they're right on top of you, and even when they do make noise, it can still be quite unsettling. This is another way Tomb Raider differs from its own successors. No adventure title made today would ever let the mood stew with so little music and such oppressive ambience, especially not one produced in the AAA space. It's why I've always associated Tomb Raider 1996 with horror more than adventure. The atmosphere just gets under your skin a lot of the time, though at least Lara is always there to breathe some vitality back into the dead places she visits. Shelley Blonde knocked it out of the park as Lara's first actor, and I'm honestly disappointed that she didn't return for any of the sequels. She nails the character right from the start, in a way none of her co-stars really do.
So you think all this talking is just holding me up?
I don't know where his little jackrabbit frog legs are running him to. You'll have to ask Ms. Natla.
Thank you. I will.
Nathan McCree as Brother Foot Fungus and the rest of the unfortunately uncredited cast aren't bad. Natla's actress is pretty good too, but they're all caricatures based in exaggeration and stereotypes compared to Blonde's take on Lara Croft. True, the NPCs could be a lot worse. The 1990s weren't exactly known for their restraint or sensitivity in that regard, so for the time, Tomb Raider's cast comes off pretty well, but they just don't match Lara's mood, even if they can be very funny. Lara's just got a confidence to her in this game that is infectious, and if she can wander these ancient halls without hesitation, then hey, maybe the player can too. The only time she breaks character is when falling from a great height. And you know what? I'd probably do the same, but when she's taking damage, Blonde plays the wounds off as an annoyance more than anything else. Overall, Tomb Raider's sound design isn't awful, it just feels a little undercooked in some regards. The only comparable area in the visuals is the draw distance. It's pretty good for a 90s game, but it also lacks any sort of skybox, until Phil Campbell and Rebecca Sheeran hacked a couple into unfinished business by painting the ceilings with stars. The remastered trilogy would also add skybox vistas into the first game at certain moments like Lost Valley and Colosseum, and that's fine, but I honestly kind of like the black voids of the original version. It adds to the atmosphere of horror running through the whole original release, gives the impression that these huge open spaces are hidden in caverns somewhere deep underground, and as someone who is a massive cave punk enjoyer, that just really appeals to me. One thing they definitely got right is the camera. You may not have control of it, but it does a good job of keeping the focus on the action. It usually stays fixed to Lara's back, and even before widescreen monitors were available, it's far enough away from her to give the player a good view of what's going on around her without revealing absolutely everything. It never hides the floor, and it rarely gets stuck on corners, and even when it shifts around during a cinematic long jump, it never leaves the player hanging. Enemies move a little too quickly for it to keep up, especially the Atlanteans, but it'll usually try to keep them in shot so you can watch Lara take them down. Sure, it does occasionally spin around to the infamous boob angle if you wedge Lara up against a wall and give it nowhere to go, but it rarely intentionally goes right up her ass or jumps down her shirt. It's always trying to look respectfully. Unlike that guy. Either way, I just think it's impressive that it's able to keep things grounded even while Lara is leaping around the place in the heat of combat, and it only adds to the high-wire tightrope tension the rest of the game revels in. Though part of that comes down to the fact Tomb Raider overall keeps maps open enough to prevent the camera from having a complete meltdown. Unfinished Business has no such qualms, and so I found a lot of the expansion pack chafing up against the camera's shortcomings. Even if it does get lost trying to find somewhere inbounds to be, you can always hit the camera key to take a better look around. Doing so pulls the shot closer to Lara, almost like you're looking through her eyes, and it never breaks the mood. The cinematography in the cutscenes is great, rare though they are. I honestly prefer the in-game cutscenes to the pre-rendered cinematics because they maintain the visual style and dynamic animation of general gameplay. The pre-rendered cinematics come off as very stilted and janky by comparison, and the upscaled models lack the low-poly charm of their in-game counterparts. Everything is just so ugly and stiff, especially crushed down to whatever resolution the devs needed to fit them on the disc. The Atlantean flashbacks hold up pretty well, but that's mostly because very little of what they depict shows up in gameplay. Qualopec and Teokan and Natla look pretty good, but the Atlantean mutant doesn't hold a candle to its in-game equivalent, and cinematic Lara is just awful in motion. There are some nice bits of animation animation in there like the motorcycle stunt reel, but otherwise I kind of wish it had been done completely in engine. That said, their absence is felt in unfinished business. They might be ugly as sin to look at, but at least there is a sense of reward whenever you get one. At least it means you're moving the story forward, which is something else unfinished business is severely lacking. It's also the only reason the two level sets were able to be swapped between releases. There's no plot actually holding them together. The expansion pack is so threadbare plot-wise that there's not even any text cards to give the levels context. You can forget about extra dialogue or cutscenes, and it's also the biggest reason why I can't fucking stand it. If unfinished business had a good narrative hook to hold my attention, I'd be a lot more forgiving of its cruelties, but it doesn't, and I'm not. Fingers crossed for the other expansions though. It begins with a slide down this tunnel, which is cute, I guess. It does seamlessly tie the intended beginning of the expansion pack with the very last moments of the base game, but it also requires you to disregard the ending cinematic too, and with Atlantis and Egypt flipped it makes even less sense. But whatever, it's fun, it's fine. Core always wanted a more action-packed escape sequence, that's not the problem, and nor is the run-up the first few tunnels of the level. The bait and switch of the way forward being down this hole rather than across the lava is a fun revival of the kind of level design the base game excelled at, and I love the look you get through this fleshy window into a giant egg chamber guarded by a lone centaur, but then you turn around and come to this. In fairness, it's a great bit of spectacle. One thing I think unfinished business does really well is give Atlantean architecture a bit of personality. This buried pyramid filled with holes and accompanying watchtower don't look like anything from the base game, and their sharp angles give them an unnatural quality that would leave H.P. Lovecraft's toes sweating in their little xenophobic socks. I love the design, here and throughout Atlantean Stronghold, but it sucks so much to play. The second you even approach the tower, you're likely to catch an Atlantean to the jugular, but once you start making the climb down, two flying mutants will spawn in to toss you off the side either into the path of a hidden boulder, or just to your death outright. It's frustrating enough getting here with all your weapons and ammo from the Egyptian levels if you play the original arrangement of the expansion pack, but if you jump in through the trilogy remaster, you arrive with nothing but Lara's pistols to defend yourself, and that's simply not enough. The mutants are too tanky, and the platforms are too narrow, and the idea that this is meant to be the starting point is honestly baffling. It's such an off-putting beginning to the level, and it doesn't even slow down once you hit the bottom. The shotgun is actually located halfway down the tower, so at least you don't have to go very long without some proper firepower, but it's also a massive trap. Stopping to pick it up gives the flying mutants more than enough time to touch down and start bullying Lara off the side of the tower. It's better to activate them somehow, drop to the chamber floor, take them out while they're in the air, and then finally climb back up to grab the shotgun and the ammo once they're gone. Just look out for the boulders that will start rolling the second you get too close, and the other landed mutants who will just spawn in randomly out of sight if you happen to land on the wrong panel. And even then, once that's all dealt with, where the fuck do you go? This is another point where I got hard stuck. I scoured the area for a way out, found all the pickups hidden behind the pyramid and up the walls, activated every boulder, shot down every mutant, but the way out just didn't present. There was a way down, through this hole in the side of the pyramid, but taking it always led to Lara's death from fall damage, and after all the bullshit instant kill moments from the Egyptian section of the expansion pack, I just wrote it off as a cruel trap. There's another hole too, up the top of the pyramid, and since you can climb up behind it, I thought surely this is where you're meant to go. There were parts in Return to Egypt and Temple of the Cat where you were asked to make jumps just as awkward, and in my defense, it is where you're meant to go, and you can make the leap from this early in the level. The remaster never even made it an achievement, but it can't be reached from the ground. So after a while of running around and dying and getting nowhere, I finally just said fuck it and looked up what to do in a guide. I was simply no longer invested in playing the game on its own terms. It just wasn't fun anymore. And to my surprise, the way down was the way to go. You just have to be at full health and hanging from a very specific spot in this small chamber. Otherwise, it's still an instant death. Even if you survive the drop, it still takes a good chunk of health hitting the ground, and then immediately throws you into another fight with a mutant. The game does offer up a couple of health packs if you need them, and you will, but I don't think that makes up for how cruel the whole set piece is. The base game could be a bastard sometimes, but it was never this spitefully obtuse. And the sadism doesn't stop there either. The chamber you fall into looks great, but it's also covered in hidden lava pits, and picking up the items placed on obvious pedestals around the place will spawn in more mutants. The level almost never stops spawning mutants. It's rare that you'll get more than a second once the dust settles to actually admire the scenery. You can actually see the final area of the level below you if you take a look through the floor, which is another really cool interpretation of Atlantean architecture. But then it's on to more lava tunnels, and more enemies in tight spaces, and more eggs, and more sleeping mutants that activate if you try to grab the ammo they're guarding, or if you pull a nearby lever. You can accidentally activate these two fuckers behind this wall in what I can only very loosely call a lava maze, and have to deal with them later on when you find your way to the other side of the glass. But if you go out of your way to leave them all legged up, they'll still spawn in once you enter the area, because unfinished business refuses to let you catch your breath. Pulling a lever in this chamber can spawn in a fucking centaur that you'll have to deal with once you reach the other side of this window far later in the level, and there's no indication which switches activate mutants and which open the doors you'll need to progress. You'll never be happier to find a flooded area in a game, because at least you know the Atlanteans can't follow you into the water. This whole area has 8 Atlanteans just waiting for you to bumble into them, either locked behind doors or screens or just out in the open ready to go. It's actually another really nice looking section, but you won't be thinking about that with Lara buried under a pile of fucking mutants. It's just so much, and it never stops. One thing I do really enjoy about the level is that, like Atlantis from the base game, the whole map is anchored around the tower and the pyramid from the starting area. You come back to it multiple times, and each visit feels like an accomplishment, like you're slowly prying open the petals of some weird fleshy flower, and it ends with an absolutely gorgeous leap into the top hole of the pyramid from right by the ceiling. It almost makes up for how much of a struggle it is to get up there at all. But not quite, because there's still this extremely tight jumping puzzle with a mutant wedged into a corner that gives it an easy time of blasting Lara from above while you struggle to get a shot off from below, and this mess of spikes and flooded tunnels that you can technically bypass, but definitely shouldn't if you're playing in the Trilogy remaster, because it's where the magnums are hidden, and this upper area above the spikes filled with mutant kill boxes that will only spawn in whenever you pick up one of the items scattered across the floor. Only then, after climbing past all that and every other room in the damn level, are you permitted to do the swan dive. And yeah, it's majestic, even if the camera has a meltdown in such a small space. Fail to swan dive though, and you're going straight to the fridge. But it doesn't feel like a reward, or even a catharsis. It's just a moment's rest, at best. Especially if you accidentally spawned that centaur earlier in the level, because guess who's waiting for you at the bottom of the hole? And then the level's just over. Fucking hell. Atlantean Stronghold is frustrating because there are good ideas hidden in between all the cruelty, and it's disappointing that they're not given the space to breathe the way similar moments in the base game were. I get that this is meant to be post-endgame content, and that it's meant to be difficult, but this is just too much, and what's wild is that unfinished business is never this relentless or sadistic again, bar one or two moments. It's so so aggressive in its design that I legitimately did not remember anything about the following level until I sat down to record the remastered version, with the exception of one single combat encounter. The hive just fades to nothing when placed beside Atlantean stronghold. It doubles down on the cruel enemy placement, but lacks the creative architecture or looping level design of its predecessor. Instead, it's a largely linear run through self-contained puzzle or combat chambers that culminates in a fight so frustrating it feels like something out of a Mario Kaizo ROM hack. Just a fucking joke encounter that exists entirely to make the player angry. It starts off interesting with this maze beneath a ceiling of boulders, but the novelty wears off quick once you realise the only way to get through it is through trial and error. There does appear to be a pattern to follow to minimise the boulder drops, but if there's a key to figuring out what it is, then I missed it. And naturally, completing the set piece spawns in more mutants, because everything in this level spawns mutants. There's one chamber later on where you can't turn around without spawning in a couple more, though at least by that point they're stuck on different platforms and can't actually reach you with their talons. Not that it actually stops them from dealing out damage, and they don't even need to spawn in off screen to give you a hard time. One will start blasting the second you swim too close to it, and if you don't deal with him the first time through this chamber, then have fun getting jumped when you come back. Jesus Christ, Campbell wasn't wrong when he called this place a fucking hive. At one point, the level even throws you into a boss fight with two centaurs, though ironically the arena is big enough, and their AI dumb enough, that it's one of the easiest battles in the game. They'll just stand in place blasting, and you'll just flip back and forth doing the same until they die. This fight with a centaur and two flying mutants in the next chamber is way more challenging. This fight with a single centaur earlier in the level is even worse because you have to be right on top of it to even wake it up, and this close, it's just going to kick Lara into the ground. And yet, somehow none of these encounters are the one I remembered. That comes later. First, you've got a bunch more tight platforming to do, which isn't the worst, but the rocky caverns full of lava don't make it easy to tell where you're meant to go, or which platforms you can safely jump to. At one point, you have to jump back and forth between slopes over a river of lava, slowly shuffling a little to the side each time to reach safety, which is another thing the base game never really did, and I can't decide whether it's a good escalation of the platforming mechanics, or more Mario Kaizo adjacent bullshit. Maybe it's both. At least it's more interesting than this tightly packed chamber of bones and flying mutants, or this underwater maze overflowing with items and switches that will lock the way back to the progression path if you pull the wrong one. Now that's just scummy. There's even an anti-secret hidden in there, which I guess is meant to be the first of them given the original arrangement of the levels. At least the Uzis aren't hidden behind an out-of-the-way secret like the Magnums were, and thank God for that, because you'll need the extra firepower for what comes next. As you approach the end of the level, you come to this chamber, and the expansion has pulled this setup multiple times before. You know the second you pick that ammo up, the mutants between the pillars are going to start moving. What the expansion hasn't done before is put 8 of the things in a room with Lara at once. 8 of them. 8 whole entire Atlantean mutants. It was bad enough with 6 back in Temple of the Cat, and there you had elevated platforms to take refuge upon. The fight here in the Hive offers you no such escape. Hearing Phil Campbell talk about how he hated the way some players, like myself, would just jump back and forth while shooting, the design does make sense, but man, it's still real rough. You kill the lot, or you die. That's it. I mean, I guess you could try to run, but you'd never make it out the door. That many mutants would always bully Lara away from the exit before you got the chance to use it. There's just no way to properly prepare for this fight. All you can do is start blasting and pray to Thor or Sobek or Rekiko or any other member of the Greek pantheon that you'll run out of mutants before you run out of health packs. Ironically, it's actually better to rely on the shotgun here over the Uzis because mutants only take 3 shells to bring down, as opposed to several seconds of uninterrupted gunfire that the Atlanteans will never give you the courtesy of allowing. I do think the spawn rate is based on positioning, so if you keep your cool and stand your ground, and don't go buck wild with the flips, you won't be overwhelmed quite so quickly, but don't quote me on that. Either way, it's a frustrating fight, and the fact there's even anything left of the level past it is honestly kind of exhausting. There are more flying mutants, a battle with that centaur in the egg chamber you glimpsed way back at the start of Atlantean Stronghold, which at least does tie the whole journey together, and a room full of eggs that will burst open while you're trying to run a timed gauntlet out the level exit. None of these fights are actually that bad, but coming after the 8-piece combo, they're nothing. I feel empty playing them. And then the level ends the way Atlantean Stronghold began, sliding down another slope into a pool of water as a bunch of eggs explode overhead. It is interesting how the eggs in the egg chamber don't contain more mutants, but copies of Lara's disembodied ass. I don't really know what's going on there. I guess they were trying to clone more of her, but it's probably a bug. They're gone in the remastered version, and they're not the only thing missing either. The remastered version of Unfinished Business is missing every single music cue, even the anti-secret jingles, probably because the original version didn't have them either. Yeah, bet you were confused when I was talking about anti-secrets and all that earlier in the video. I'm baffled too now that I've learned the music was apparently added in later, presumably as part of the restoration project patch that I played both Tomb Raider and Unfinished Business with. And that's genuinely quite surprising, because a lot of what makes the expansion's more cinematic moments pop is the addition of music. The start of Return to Egypt just doesn't hit right in total silence. Without the anti-secret jingles, there's no way to tell you're about to get bullied by some off-screen enemy. So I don't know what's up with that. I don't know where the music went or where it came from. I don't know what's going on. But one thing I do know for certain is that the Trilogy Remaster is a great re-release. I do have a few bones to pick with it though, at least when it comes to Tomb Raider 1996. Overall, it's great value for money. It's the little details that leave me grumbling. Having played a little bit of the original Tomb Raider 2, I do know there are some small mechanical differences between it and Tomb Raider 1. It's possible Tomb Raider 3 added even more. I don't know, I've never played it. And it feels like the Trilogy Remaster has centralized and standardized the control schemes for ease of access between the bundled titles, and fair enough, but as someone who was all in on the game feel of the 1996 original, the little mechanical deviations are oddly frustrating, like how holding left and right while walking now makes Lara shuffle from side to side, rather than turn as she moves forward a la Resident Evil style tank controls. You now have to hold forward to make Lara turn while walking, and that presents its own problems if you fumble the keys a little too close to a ledge. The swimming controls also feel a little looser as well. Lara had a pretty tight turning circle while underwater originally, but here in the remaster, it's a lot wider. At least she can pick up things from further away, and you get a little icon indicating that you can too if you want, but even that can ruin certain moments, like here at the end of Temple of the Cat. I think Lara's a little slower on the draw than she used to be too. It feels like it takes forever for her to ready the shotgun, whereas before, all you had to do was tap the key and she'd pull the trigger, to say nothing of how the auto-aim seems to have suffered a bit of a nerf. It does do some cool things like add skyboxes to areas where before there were just empty voids. Lost Valley hits different with the clouds rolling by overhead, and so does the Colosseum. Though, as I said before, I think something is lost from the original interpretation. The other environmental changes are hit or miss too. Lava looks fantastic with the overhauled lighting system, but other areas have become extremely dark because the lights now need an actual source to come from, which explains why you sometimes now come across a new hole in the ceiling, but also makes it a little hard to get around in places where you don't. The original release didn't really play around with the lighting, to the point that I didn't actually bring it up in the chapter on presentation. It was only in Unfinished Business that Tomb Raider started having fun with it, either letting things dim to create a dreary mood, or cranking up the gamma until the shadows disappeared, and it was fine. Nothing revolutionary, nothing even really worth bringing up in any great detail, but it was something different and it was functional. There was never a point in the base game, and almost never a point in Unfinished Business, where the environment got too dark to see what I was doing, but it is a near constant issue in the remaster. As someone familiar with the game, it didn't really bother me too much, but for a first-time player, I could imagine this being an absolute nightmare. At least when the game does brighten up, you really feel it. I love how the Tower of Bats has been given a proper dome, but look how they massacred my boy in Egypt. The essence of the thing made it through the upscale, but I feel the personality was lost somewhere along the way. The environmental textures overall have this weird, almost pop-out 3D quality to them that really isn't my thing. Something about how good they look combined with the old school blocky arrangement just bothers me in a way I can't describe, though I'm guessing that's probably another me problem. The cinematics have definitely been put through some sort of upscaling software too, because they do not look right. They might lack the paper shredder scan lines of the original digital release, but they've also lost the letterboxed aspect ratio of the Restoration Project patch, which looked a lot better in my opinion. The way they are now is a little too smooth and a little too glossy for my liking. It's not all bad, the sound has been given a bit of a touch-up, just listen to that bass on the Uzis. Stuff like giving everything a proper 3D model is fun. I like the way the Peruvian mummies are now in a state of constant agony. It's cool how vines and icicles are actually tangible objects growing over surfaces, instead of just being tattooed across them. I don't even mind the fact that the pickups are no longer 2D sprites. That's all fine, but the way fire and blood is rendered as thin coloured mist just doesn't compare to the original release. And while it's cool to have Lara's braid finally included in the original game, boy, is it fucking possessed. But I'd be willing to overlook all my nitpicks if they just left the camera alone. I don't know what Crystal Dynamics did to it, but it's definitely more interested in staying a certain distance from Lara than showing the player what's going on. It's almost like it's programmed to avoid the boob angle at any cost, but that just ends up making it harder to see than anything else. The opening joke of the lever being behind you at the beginning of Temple of the Cat is ruined in the remaster by the camera starting off facing Lara from the opposite side of the chamber, just so it doesn't have to be staring right at her backside. Sure, it doesn't freak out as much. The swan dives in Sanctuary of the Scion and Atlantean Stronghold both look way better in the remaster, but those moments are few and far between the hours spent wishing the camera would actually show me what I wanted to see the way it did in the original. It could be the camera changes come from the same standardization between titles that got the movement controls too, but if it is to keep the camera from getting a little too close to Lara, I don't know why they bothered when photo mode lets you go where you please. I do appreciate a good photo mode, and I like how it works with both the remastered and original graphic styles, but I also kind of wish there was more to it. I want more poses, more expressions, ways to move around enemies, that sort of thing. And that's after the majority of poses and expressions were patched in following the game launching with like half of them gone for some reason. As it is, it's a fun novelty for a few minutes, but I wasn't drawn to it all that much. It definitely favours the remastered style though. It just looks weird playing with the original graphics. Overall though, my gripes with the remaster, at least when it comes to its interpretation of Tomb Raider 1, are all just nitpicks. If you're coming to the classic titles fresh, it is absolutely where you should start, because in almost every way, it is now the definitive definitive version of the original game. I'd just suggest playing with the old graphics because to my eye, they fit better. That said, I do understand why they had to include the remastered graphics. You couldn't sell the remaster on the original style alone, and that's fine. It's obvious a lot of time and passion went into the project overall, which isn't surprising given Aspyr hired fans to get the thing made, and even if the new visuals aren't for me, I appreciate the effort. The remaster does add Tomb Raiders 1 and 2 to the pile of victims forced to change their health pack colours by the Red Cross, but that's neither here nor there. I think my main issue with the remastered visuals is that the now extreme level of detail leaves no room for abstraction that then allows the imagination to fill in the blanks. The environments were blocky and the character models were stylized originally too, but the textures were still crunchy enough to let them blend together into something cohesive, while now the graphical fidelity is so high that it only widens the gap between the disparate design elements. Take Lara for example. The remastered model has actual breasts with a little jiggle instead of a big trapezoid attached to her chest, but the added curves only draw attention to how angular a lot of the environments still are, which is not to imply the model is bad. It looks great. It just doesn't fit the game world as well as its predecessor did in my opinion. Get in the fridge. And I guess that's fitting because Lara Croft has always been at the centre of the franchise's identity crisis. But it wasn't always that way. Lara Croft, at least in this original entry, is much less a character and much more an archetype. Much like the long-forgotten tombs she raids, the Tomb Raider is something out of a different time. The spitting image of a 19th century white imperialist with the money, the power, and the intent to upturn these ancient rocks and take whatever glitters underneath. She's not in it for the good of the archaeological community like Indiana Jones, her equally problematic cinematic predecessor, nor is she in it to make ends meet like Nathan Drake, her far more bloodthirsty spiritual successor. She makes it clear in the first few moments of the game that she's only in it for the thrill.
I'm sorry, I only play for sport.
And later out of spite once her one-time employer tries to have her killed. It's only toward the end when Lara realises the stakes at play that she decides to do the right thing and save the world. There was a great tweet by Vash Parado about Lara Croft discovering the hidden valley of dinosaurs in this game, and immediately deciding to put them back on the long list of extinct species with a cock of her shotgun and a hot fuzz quote, but she actually has a reputation for doing this in-universe. The opening cinematic shows Lara Croft on the front of Adventurer magazine posing beside a dead Sasquatch with the headline, quote, "Lara stamps out Bigfoot," end quote, with 3 whole exclamation marks. This woman is a menace to the natural world. In any other game, she'd be the villain. And in a way, she kind of was. In many ways, this Lara has much more in common with Batman than a lot of her fellow adventurers, a comparison that has not gone unnoticed before by the fandom either. Think about it, they're both insanely rich, they both live in solitude with their loyal butlers, they're not both orphans, at least not here in the classic era. Lara's just been disowned by her family because she's more interested in pursuing a career than a husband. But give it time, and when faced with adversity, their first response is never to use their money and influence to fix these problems on a systemic level, but to personally go out and solve things with violence. It's a character flaw that both properties have tried to grapple with in more recent iterations to arguable degrees of success, but in this first game, it's not treated as an issue. Here, Lara's just something out of an old comic book. I mean that in every sense of the term, too. She doesn't just fit the archetype of the white imperialist savior, but the comic book heroine. She's strong, she's driven, she's independent, and she wears a lot of tight clothing that leaves very little to the imagination. Yes, it's kind of impossible to talk about Tomb Raider without acknowledging Lara Croft's status as one of video games' earliest sex symbols. Though Megan Marie's 20 Years of Tomb Raider and the trilogy remaster do certainly try. There's an old gaming urban legend that goes when creating the character model for Lara Croft, Toby Gard accidentally moved the mouse too quickly on a slide bar and gave her a pair of pointers big enough to take your eyes out. As far as I could find, it is just a legend, but it is one the franchise has been only too happy to repeat over the years. The objectification of its central character has been at the center of Tomb Raider's identity crisis from the very beginning, even here. The game's marketing leaned into Lara's sex appeal, which led to them hiring models to portray her at trade shows, and magazine spreads like this, quote, "Sometimes having a killer body just isn't enough," end quote. Quote, "Lara has her sights set on a few ancient artifacts, and she's not going to let anything or anybody get in her way. Alligators, wolves, thugs, they're all tempting fate once in Lara's path. But hey, what's a little temptation, especially when everything looks this good." In the game, we mean, end quote. Another urban legend from the time surrounded that of a cheat code where if you stood in the right place and put in the right sequence of buttons, Lara's clothes would vanish and leave her naked. When that legend turned out to be false as well, horny Nude Raider fan patches quickly started to appear in order to make it a reality. Core was always quick to take these adult-only patches down, but there was always a sense of mixed messaging thanks to the wishes of Eidos's marketing department, which certainly wasn't helped by the gaming press. Over the course of a decade, the franchise's marketing sold Lara to the gaming world on her exaggerated proportions, which at its peak in the early 2000s led to such moments of what can only be described as omega cringe, when a very awkward interviewer went into a lingerie shop and asked the proprietor what kind of frilly unmentionables this fictional character would wear in Lara Croft Lethal and Loaded.
Lara came into my shop, I would basically say she needs to be very well supported.
I mean, her biggest discussion point were the size of her breasts.
She's quite busty, so she's got to be held really well. It's going to support the bust and give her a really good shape. You don't want her bouncing around while she's shooting lines and jumping over mountains and things, so you've got to have her really well supported.
That documentary also features a couple of very thirsty fanboys lusting over Lara Croft, and it's just kind of insane.
You can download a patch from the internet, and that removes all the clothes apart from the gun belt.
I need concentration to play it, sitting down with the lights off, the TV on. And especially looking at Lara as well, don't you, really?
She takes precious artifacts, which is classified as theft, and she ventures into other people's property, which is trespassing. She's broken 3 fundamental laws, and including murder. It's funny how that can be acceptable to the game industry, but it's not acceptable for her to be nude.
And I know they superimpose someone else's body onto Lara's face. Apparently you got to get to a certain part in a certain level, keep jumping her back and forward, and apparently she takes her clothes off.
Who's to say someone isn't going to make a Blue movie, not just a feature film? And of course I'd probably rent that, know me.
Like, you see way worse shit than this posted online these days, and more positive examples of open horniness too. There's good to go with the bad, but to agree to sit down and be filmed for a documentary about how frustrated you are that you're not allowed to jerk the gherk to some pixels is just... Oh, I almost passed away from second-hand embarrassment. You could see my soul leaving my body for a few moments. Whatever happened to these two? Are they okay? Are they still horny? I feel like Vince would be vaporized by one look at current day Tomb Raider smut. Anyway, in 20 years of Tomb Raider, Natalie Cook, the original model for Lara Croft, even recounts an incident where a fan proposed to her, which is absolutely fucking terrifying. By the time you get to the most recent trilogy, Lara is much more realistically proportioned and practically chaste, to the point of frustration for some players. Not because they wanted the old Lara back, although I'm sure there were a few of that crowd frothing at the mouth, but because it stifled a relationship between her and her very good friend, Sam. But that's a whole other can of worms I'll get into later in like 10 years, assuming that video even gets made. It's often been stated by the original developers in interviews, and especially by the man himself, that Toby Gard hated how the marketing department objectified Lara Croft in order to sell the game. I don't think it was out of any prudishness on the man's part, I just don't really get the Puritan vibe from him when looking at these sketches, or this saunter, or this secret sexy handstand, or these intentionally large breasts. In Wesley Yin Poole's article for Eurogamer, 20 Years on the Tomb Raider, Gavin Rummery, the level designer, paraphrases a comment Gard made on Lara's attractiveness, saying, well, if the player's going to be staring at her ass the entire game, it might as well be nice to look at. From all the material available, you get the sense that sexy is what Gard wanted Lara Croft to be, but not in the sleazy, objectified way Eidos's marketing department ultimately went with. In interviews over the years, he's talked about what he wanted the character to be. 20 Years of Tomb Raider quotes him as saying, quote, strong but not tarty, end quote. In Lethal and Loaded, he says,
it was very clear that I wanted to make it a feminine character, so to be feminine I had to exaggerate feminine characteristics.
Which makes sense given the lack of graphical fidelity at the time, and led to such exaggerated feminine characteristics as a ponytail, a leotard, and a backpack, because as everyone knows, there is nothing less masculine on this sinful earth than a backpack. A real man carries everything he needs in his arms. In Wesley Yin Poole's article, Gavin Rummery says Gard wanted Lara to be sort of an ice queen. The article also quotes Gard from an earlier interview in 2004 as wanting Lara to be austere and unattainable, not the kind of tits out for the lads Maxim centerfold model Eidos's marketing department sold her as. I'm not really sure what Gard expected, honestly. Like, I sympathize with losing control of your own creation, but sex sells, and if you put this design in front of a marketing department, all they're going to do is start to salivate. The part of this whole mess I personally don't get is why they decided to act as if Lara was a real person and not a fictional character, and furthermore, why the rest of the world just went along with it. In the age of VTuber supremacy, it may not seem like such a crazy idea, but there are real people behind VTuber characters who blend themselves into their online personas. There was none of that with Lara Croft. They hired a model to portray her, but she never pretended that she was anything other than a model. Lara Croft had a huge famous Lucozade promotional campaign, still a fictional character, when a footballer blamed his poor performance in a match on having stayed up the night before playing Tomb Raider. The tabloids treated it like it was an actual scandal. In Lethal and Loaded, they go and interview the headmaster of the real-life public school she is officially said to have attended, and ask him about her time there. It is insane.
She was slightly before my time, but in fact she was here probably in the mid-1980s, so although her reputation lived on, I hadn't had the opportunity to meet her personally. The mission statement of the school is Gordonston prepares students for a full and active role as international citizens in a changing world. Now, doesn't that just encapsulate all that Lara does?
I understand using her as a promoter. As a fictional character, she's effectively uncancelable, so there's no risk of her acting out and bringing shame upon the brand. Jeremy Heath-Smith has openly admitted that was part of their reasoning for using Lara Croft as a spokesperson, but why treat her like she's a real person? I just don't get it. I talk about all of this now, even though the objectification of Lara Croft in marketing and the media and the games themselves is something that extends far beyond this first Tomb Raider title, because I wanted to show you the contrast between her characterization within the original game and her characterization beyond it. As the series goes on, as it digs itself into a rut, as it reinvents itself or reboots itself, Lara's in-game characterization swings like a pendulum both toward and away from the flirty tits out for the lads kind of girl the marketing portrays her to be. But here, Lara Croft just isn't the person the game's marketing wants you to think she is. The game's depiction of Lara would want nothing to do with the horny fanboys Lethal and Loaded for some reason interviewed, presumably in an attempt to kill me, specifically. The game's depiction of Lara doesn't seem like she would want anything to do with anyone. She's not a femme fatale looking for a good time. She's a very resourceful, very independent, very dangerous person. Like I've already mentioned, she comes off as an absolute psychopath in a lot of ways. And while that is a little bit exaggerated, according to official supplemental material, she was banned from taking up shooting as a sport in school because she showed too keen an interest. Her favourite movies are Deliverance and Aguirre the Wrath of God. She says she was the only survivor of the Himalayan plane crash which awoke her adventurous spirit, but how do we know? She's the only one who made it out. She was happy to blast a bunch of dinosaurs back to extinction when they got in her way. I don't think her bashing the skulls of any fellow survivors in for some long pork is that far out of the question. At least she likes 9-inch nails. She may have once been even more bloodthirsty earlier in development, back when she was Lara Cruz, a South American mercenary / archaeologist with a very obvious mean streak. But that incarnation of the character was dropped pretty soon after the U was dropped from Lara's name, because the developers didn't think Americans would be able to pronounce Laura. The idea just didn't click for them, and honestly, that was the right call. There were already a million mercenaries plumbing their trade in the digital space of video games, but not that many English aristocratic adventurer archaeologists. The devs at core wanted Lara to be British to the bone, just to turn the idea that you needed an American lead for the American market on its head, and it worked. Lara's nationality is as iconic a part of her character as the hot pants and the results of Toby Gard's apocryphal misclick. It's what sets her apart from so many other video game protagonists and other icons of the adventure genre. The more and more I examined Lara Croft as a character, I came to realize she's not a female equivalent of Indiana Jones or Batman. The character she most closely resembles is James Bond, and that's not just me saying so. According to Shelley Blonde, the audition specifically asked for it. Phil Campbell even said on a livestream that a lot of unused ideas for Tomb Raider 4 Gold ended up in Everything or Nothing, which, for now, remains the best Bond game made, and, coincidentally, also one of the hardest. And yeah, now that I know that, I can't unsee it. James Bond is a British icon, he has close associations with specific brands, many of the actors to have portrayed him over the decades have been declared sex symbols, and when the series started out, the character was just as much a display of toxic, outdated, problematic traits as Lara Croft is here. James Bond, in many of the same ways as Tomb Raider, is a franchise with an identity crisis, especially now. Jesus Christ, pour one out for the lad. But for how predatory Sean Connery's original portrayal of Bond can be, he is undeniably smooth in those first 3 films. He is a magnetic presence on screen, in a way none of the subsequent Bonds have been, in the same way Lara Croft is here in the original Tomb Raider. She may not be the perfect one of the lads flirt the marketing wants to portray her as, or the willing sex kitten the horny fanboys wish she was, but she does have presence, and as a character, she is undeniably attractive. That one was for me. I'm sorry. I was too weak. I got a lot of very angry, very funny comments on my critique of Hitman Codename 47 regarding my thoughts on the game's depiction of women, and I'm sure some of the same sorts of folks are here waiting for me to decry Tomb Raider's depiction of its leading lady, but I don't actually have that much of a problem with it. I didn't object to Hitman's depiction of women out of any prudishness, but because it was crass, played into shitty stereotypes, and ultimately served no purpose other than to titillate. By contrast, Lara Croft is an active participant in what's going on, kind of unavoidable when she's the player character. She's never made the subject of any sexist remarks, her primary antagonist is another equally dangerous woman, and she's never placed in any predatory situations only meant to titillate a predominantly male audience. Her opponents always treat her as a credible threat, and so well they should. Even the iconic green leotard and hot pants are actually less revealing than some of Lara's later costumes, and they make sense for the kinds of hot, humid places she visits throughout the game. Okay, maybe not the Peruvian mountains, but hey, they gave her a poncho for the opening cutscene. I mean, how cold could the Andes be? Oh god, she's absolutely dead. I'm certainly not the first person to notice the disconnect between how Lara is portrayed in marketing and how she actually is in the games though. Representation matters. It's one of the first things written in 20 years of Tomb Raider, and the game got a lot of women into the hobby because of Lara Croft, rather than in spite of her. That relative who lent me the original trilogy back in the day was an aunt of mine, who referred to the games as my Laras, and I know for a fact that she wasn't alone because Lethal and Loaded also interviewed a couple of fangirls who picked up on the whole thing too.
We've got Lara Croft, the PR girl, who's completely different. And she's really, really willing to please. And she's, you know, she'll sit there and blow kisses at whoever kind of wants it.
Lara Croft is not the sort of character you would ever consider progressive today. Her closest modern equivalents, like Stellar Blade's Eve, are definitely aimed at men, but for the 1990s, she was a breath of fresh air. She paved the way for many of gaming's leading ladies to come, like Jade from Beyond Good and Evil, and Aloy from the Horizon games, and Faith from Mirror's Edge, if only by proving that a title starring a woman could sell. And while the franchise may have struggled with its own identity over the years, I think it's only been given the chance to do so because it got Lara right on the first attempt by portraying her as a person. Stylized, exaggerated, pulpy, but still a person. She wouldn't be so fondly thought of if she hadn't been. What's funny is that Lara got so much of the focus that just about everyone completely missed the bared breasts that actually did make it into the original Tomb Raider. The pin-up girl on the back of Pierre's jacket is naked as the day she was born, and I bet, unless you already knew that, you didn't even notice. So yeah, Core knew what they were doing. They knew their audience. This is genuinely the last thing you see in the game. It is what it is. So it's very funny to see how much recent official retrospective media about Tomb Raider bends over backwards to ignore the fact that Lara Croft was designed to be, and still is, fucking hot. Much like Megan Marie's 20 years of Tomb Raider, I kind of get the sense the remaster is trying to lean away from Lara's objectification, despite it being so pivotal to the series' early success, for better or worse, and despite it being a relatively small aspect of her character in the original game. There's a sensitivity disclaimer that pops up the first time you boot the remaster, and then never again, so I don't even have footage of it to show you, and I think that's the right way to go about it. It's not even aimed specifically at Lara. There's a bunch of weird shit from 2 that definitely wouldn't fly today, and even the historical inaccuracies in 1 might raise an eyebrow or two, but the remaster still lets you play through the game with Lara in her workout gear from Croft Manor, or her dressing gown from 2, once you beat the game. They even patched in a previously scrapped leopard print outfit from the second title's expansion pack as well, so it's not like it's coming at the games from a puritanical mindset or anything. Plus, as I said, photo mode lets you get as close as you like. It's fine. What makes less sense is why then the publisher would mandate the removal of a few risque photos. Like, why bother with the sensitivity disclaimer if you're just going to censor stuff anyway? Especially when it's so comparatively tame. Maybe back in the day this was something, but in 2025 there are easier ways to get your toes sweating than leaning in to squint at a few crunchy glimpses of skin from the late 1990s. I don't know, maybe it's an an age rating thing, but of course there do exist mods to restore them if you're that desperate for the original experience. As for me, the censorship sucks, especially when there was already a sensitivity disclaimer included, but it looks like the pinups have been restored, so maybe crisis averted. The pinup girl on the back of Pierre's jacket has been given a bikini in both the remastered update and the original style too, and that's the only change I really understand, because that was actual nipple. But also, who fucking cares? Either way, it's like 6 pixels of boob. No one is getting off to this. Except for that guy, apparently. And if you're that desperate for nudity in a Tomb Raider game, the texture upscale means the Greek carvings featured throughout the second chapter now have enough detail to show a whole lot of dong. So you really have nothing to complain about. After almost 30 years of reimaginings, reboots, remakes, and remasters in Tomb Raider's ongoing identity crisis, I think it's easy to lose sight of just how confident the original 1996 release was. It didn't feel the need to prove itself, or justify its creative decisions. It didn't condescend to its audience mechanically, or pander to horny fanboys with unnecessary lurid asides. It just kicked in the door and took the world by storm. And this despite the severe levels of crunch and arbitrary deadlines the team at Core faced. Sometimes when a piece of media suffers a particularly troubled production, those behind the scenes issues bleed through into the final release, and that's assuming it gets finished at all. But not in this case. When you play the game, it feels like Tomb Raider knew exactly what it wanted to be, and was exactly that. That's why it's a masterpiece, and why no subsequent Tomb Raider title has ever matched it. At least not in my eyes. Even as early as Unfinished Business, the franchise's identity crisis was already starting to creep in, and so was the commoditization of Lara Croft as a character. People wanted more, so Eidos made sure with Unfinished Business that's what they got. And without Toby Gard as creative lead, Lara Croft began to swing away from her smooth, no-nonsense characterization here in the original to something closer to a Bond girl in the sequels. It's become a real comfort game over the course of making this video. Something to put on that offers mechanical complexity without overwhelming speed, and a story that understands it's pulpy as hell and embraces that fact without hesitation. I understand why it captured the imaginations of so many like my aunt back when it first released, and I'm glad the recent trilogy remaster has given a new generation the chance to experience it fresh, despite how old-fashioned it seems on the surface, and despite how much I've ripped it to shreds in this video. It is a really good remaster, I swear. In this current era of cultural recycling, I'm sure one day soon Lara Croft will return, reinvented yet again for the 2020s, to wow us all with another wild adventure, and maybe Tomb Raider as a franchise will finally find a proper sense of self after almost 30 years of near constant identity crisis. But right now in 2025, that remains to be seen. Whatever the case, at least there's a strong foundation for the series and character both, if you're willing to delve the forgotten depths of gaming's past to find it. Thanks for watching. And that's the video. Before I go, I'd like to thank by name the people supporting me with $5 US a month or more on Patreon. Anonymous, Abril, Azazel, Cass, Hawkwing2652, Heymatey, Jeff Ladd, Jeffiet, Kim, Operator Error, Paranoid Android, Scoobity Swipswap, Sminglis, Sarah Bloomer, Smorsky, Sneezy McGlassface, Space Quest Historian, This Sauerkraut, Thomas Elliott, Tree3, Angry Bees, Ursa, and Zeke the Phantom. Thank you so much. So this project is the longest running video I've had in production since the start of the channel. I began working on it back in 2022, and it has taken until now, in 2025, to get it done. And it's gone through so many iterations across those 3 years. It was originally meant to be about the whole series, then it was just Tomb Raider 96 on its own, then I tossed around just doing a big 9-hour retrospective on the remaster trilogy when that came out, and for a while it was structured like the Hitman Codename 47 video with a level recap followed by mechanical critique, but that just didn't flow right. Parts of it ended up cannibalized into the Prince of Persia and Trespasser videos, and I don't even think I changed the dialogue for whatever remained in here, so if any lines of this project sound familiar, that's why. And it was just a real messy process from start to finish. But it's done, and I hope you enjoyed it. I'd love to do videos on the rest of the Tomb Raider games, but given how long this one took, maybe not. We'll see what happens. Anyway, thanks again for watching, and I'll see you next time. Alright, that's the end of the video. You can leave now. I'm just going to keep playing for a little longer. No need to stick around. Haha, I got him! I fucking got him. I fucking told you I'd get him. I fucking told you.